Alright, looks like we're live. Let me just check the audio real quick. Alright, looks like we're live. Let me just check the audio real quick. Alright, audio sounds decent, so we're going to get going with it. Busy day here of severe weather that's been developing over the last couple hours, and we're getting into the heart of the severe weather here for Thursday, April 18th. As you can see here, we have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings centered over the mid-Mississippi Valley, southwest Illinois, and then much of southern and eastern Missouri. Also have a newer severe thunderstorm watch that covers western parts of Arkansas and eastern parts of Oklahoma. If there's more development back down to the south, wouldn't be surprised to see some more severe thunderstorm watches out here. I think at the very least there's going to be an isolated severe thunderstorm here, especially in north and central Texas, that it may warrant some severe thunderstorm warnings even if there's not a watch. We've also had some severe thunderstorms every now and then, throughout the day in this area here in southern Arkansas, northern Louisiana, and now western and central Mississippi. So tracking some severe storms down there. The other big problem down there is the storms haven't moved that much out of this region, so there's definitely a flood threat down in here as well, especially this area, again, northern Louisiana, southern Arkansas, and then western and central Mississippi. In addition to the severe threat, the flood threat down there is going to be a little more significant than where storms are moving. One of the earliest severe storms here this afternoon tracked across this area here around Lake of the Ozarks. It's been producing 1-inch hail, even 1.75-inch hail. That's over ping pong ball size here as it's tracked east. It's now kind of formed with a line of storms west of St. Louis. And a really big hailstorm here looks like is developing around Rolla. This is also along I-44, so a pretty heavily traveled interstate here between St. Louis and Oklahoma City. A lot of truck traffic in here, so if you know anyone that's along this highway, please let them know. This storm is moving east-northeast. It's going to ride actually along 44 here, right into Rolla, St. James, if it continues to hold that hail core towards Cuba and then Sullivan, Missouri. So that is a pretty significant hail core, especially when we start seeing the pinks and light purples. That usually means there's about ping pong ball size hail or greater in these storms. We're also watching some back building. You can see the cold front here is starting to unzip. There's some isolated showers now north and west of Springfield. Watching for further development here in this corridor, basically where the Storm Prediction Center has this watch. That is about where the cold front is. So anything along and ahead of this, we're watching for development. So more storms here now ahead of the line near Paducah, Kentucky, have produced damaging winds. And then we're going to watch for isolated showers and storm development all the way back down into North Texas. Likely have a couple different storm modes here. The models indicated more of a QLCS forming and moving through southern Illinois and then likely even into western Kentucky and Tennessee. It may later this evening approach the Nashville area. That does seem to be holding true here as these storms, north of the Rolla area do seem to be lining up. We'll see if they organize into a structured QLCS. Right now they're still a little individualistic. So there's still some individual storms embedded in this line. It's a bit broken at the moment. And then there's a bit of a slightly increased tornado threat down in this area here in southeast Missouri, possibly into a little bit of southern Illinois, western Kentucky, and a little bit of northwest Tennessee. I think also areas in Arkansas north of the Jonesboro area. That's where the SPC highlighted about a 5% risk. That would be my area also to look for. There's a little bit more shear in here, and there's also a pretty good ample amount of Gulf Coast moisture coming up, and this area hasn't really had much in the way of early convection. So this area is pretty much prime and and ready to go. Further down the line, there's been discussions on the Storm Prediction Center, but also I saw a lot on social media today. There's just extreme amounts of instability down here in Cape. I think earlier I saw there might be some record Cape values here for the DFW. The problem is here down here, there's not as much forcing and shear. So a widespread severe outbreak is not currently expected right now, but any storms that do form down here are likely going to be big hailstorms. So the models indicated just a couple storms. The last time I checked the models around mid-afternoon, there might be just only 2 or 3 storms down in here, but they're going to be some big boy hailstorms. And this area of the country is actually known for that. So the Dallas-Fort Worth area is known as Hail Alley. And already seeing that there's some development down here. So this may be the start of those 2 or 3 storms or small storm clusters here. Out west of the I-35 corridor, this is now west of Waco, near Hamilton, Texas. Can already see a hail core developing in this storm just west of Hamilton. So we'll watch that as that upscales. Already being warned for 1.5-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. So a very busy day. This is gonna be an interesting broadcast because we are going to be jumping all over basically like half the country here. We have a widespread area that has severe weather. So one area up here, one area down here, and then likely here we're going to have an area back here with some severe weather. And then we'll see if we get a fourth area, a little more scattered or isolated of a risk there in central parts of this watch area. Oklahoma and Arkansas. Especially North Arkansas, though, I think this is going to fill in here from Springfield back towards Fayetteville in Arkansas. So let's get started. Our most severe storms have been up north and west of St. Louis at the moment. And we have severe thunderstorm warnings now west of St. Louis. We had a tornado warning a little bit ago with this cell here near Whitehall and Rood House. Still producing some large damaging hail in here. It doesn't look like the signature for the tornado is as strong as it was. We can check that though here. Yeah, it's not as strong as it was. I'll put this back into motion a little bit. Actually back here even further, there was definitely a tighter rotation. So when it crossed the Mississippi River, and also 74-mile-an-hour winds and golf ball size hail. So regardless of a tornado warning, if you're out ahead of this storm here near Rood House and Whitehall, I would almost treat this like it's a tornado warning. So if you're out here near Verdon, Carlinville, Auburn, Pawnee, Kincaid, and Taylorville in Illinois, this should slide south of the Springfield, Illinois area. This warning is likely going to get continued, and just treat this like it's a tornado warning because this has produced not just tornado signatures, but it's produced 74 hurricane force winds and then over golf ball size hail. So this is a damaging severe thunderstorm here. It's been our consistent, I think, strongest of the day so far. Watching storms, there's some embedded rotation also in this storm. It doesn't look quite as dangerous as it was a little bit ago, but you can see even back just a couple scans, there's some rotation in here. All these storms have been rotating. They haven't shown the strongest rotation. The one that was tornado warned near Louisiana and then Martinsburg and Pearl earlier had the best rotation. It's still up in here. There's still some rotation in here by White House and Rood Hall, so that is one to watch. We'll see if that picks back up, but it's staying kind of sub-tornadic at the moment. And then a large area of gusty winds now coming into the Wentzville area. Tornado possible also with this storm. Let's go back and I'll dual screen this here. And we can see where this area rotation is. Okay, yeah, I see earlier there's a little bit of rotation. Looks like there's some, when this was first coming out, there's a bit of a cell merger going on near the Warrenton area. That little kidney bean, little mini supercell, has now gotten kind of merged into this line. So for the moment, it looks like it's more of a damaging wind threat here coming towards Wentzville, O'Fallon, and St. Charles. We'll see, though, these kind of storm clusters can and produce tornadoes, and we saw that yesterday with a QLCS segment producing tornado warnings in Ohio. So we'll watch that. Damaging winds, though, are the primary threat coming into the St. Louis metro. Hail only about an inch. Looks like they are extending this warning. No doubt they're going to extend this one out. The hail size is dropped a little bit, so that's a good sign. But still 60-mile-an-hour winds. Again, this storm produced close to 2-inch hail and hurricane force winds just a little while ago. So this is one to watch if you're between Carlinville and Auburn in Illinois. This is a dangerous supercell headed your way. Touring down the line a little bit, we have some sub-severe storms coming through Girard, New Haven, Owensville in central Missouri. They're going to ride up 60 or 44 and likely into the St. Louis area in a couple hours. And then still have this large hailstorm down here by Rolla with the hail core sitting right back in there. This is riding along the interstate between Rolla, St. James, and likely up towards Cuba and Sullivan. So if you have interest in St. Louis down 44, I would hold off and let this bad boy get through. Otherwise, we do have some scattered showers and storms starting to develop down in here. You can see really clearly on radar where the front is, but these storms down in here are starting to produce some lightning, so they're likely going to be upscaling. New tornado warning here for St. Louis area. This is a radar indicated tornado for Wentzville. This is going to be part of that line, and you can see there's a little bit of... Let's go take a look at this guy here. So this part of the line is still rotating. This is that area where the that supercell merged into a little mini supercell ahead of the line, merged into it. It's certainly going to have damaging winds, but I think the little kink in the line here is what we're watching. Right in this area here, around 61, coming towards Flint Hills, Chain of Rocks, St. Paul, Firma, Conrad, Brussels, the Crossroads, Vans Camp, and Marshall Landing. At the moment, this is going to stay out of the most populated areas of St. Charles County, but this is a tornado warning here for a radar indicated tornado. Let me see if we might have a better look at this on the St. Louis International radar. So I think it's this area right here that they're warning for. You can see a little bit of rotation tucked back into the line now. There is rotation picking up a little bit. It's not the tightest rotation that I've seen here in the last couple days, but it's good that this is uptrending for rotation. So let's take this seriously if you're in the area from Winfield, Brussels, St. Paul, north sides of Wentzville, north sides of O'Fallon, and north sides of St. Peters. This is headed your way. It's generally moving pretty much due east. Let's double check that real quick. Yeah, moving east at 40 with a storm capable of producing a tornado over Moscow Mills. So that's right in this area here. You can see there's a little bit of notching here as the rotation point is moving now just on the east side of Moscow Mills near Flint Hills, coming towards Chain of Rocks, Old Monroe, Conrad, Brussels. We can also take a look at this here and put this out at 40 miles an hour. So you can see here, Chain of Rocks about 5 minutes, Josephville about 6 minutes, St. Paul about 10 minutes, Conrad, if it holds together there, then 20 minutes. And then we'll keep an eye on it here. Line segments like this tend to be a little bit fleeting, but we will have you covered here in the St. Louis area. And just gonna make sure we get this out to people here. Let's see. So again, a tornado warning here continues for St. Charles County. This is a dangerous storm coming into the western parts of the St. Louis metro area. All right, let's continue out here. We have a tornado warning in St. Charles County. Watching rotation here between Moscow Mills and St. Paul. Beyond the rotation point, this area has definitely some damaging wind potential. This is all headed towards St. Charles. That will also, damaging winds affect St. Charles, O'Fallon, St. Peters. It's in Wentzville right now. And then if that holds together, that's going to be into the northern parts of St. Louis County. We also have a warning now on the northern side of this cluster of storms. This is for damaging winds and close to ping pong ball size hail. This storm here between Hardin and Carlton, headed generally towards Greenfield and Jerseyville, looks like it has a pretty strong hail core in it. I also want to check our damaging thunderstorm up here. This is an area that had a tornado warning earlier. There is some rotation down in here between Wrights, Greenfield, and Athensville that we're going to have to watch. If this can wrap up here, I think we could have another tornado warning coming out for this. You can see this storm has a very good supercell structure here with the hail core sitting on the north side of the circulation up towards Athensville, Scottsville, Modesto. That's going to be your larger hail in there. And then it has a really nice inflow notch. It's getting some nice uncontaminated air. It's been a nice muggy day out here in southwest Illinois today. So rotation is tucked back in here between Wrights, Athensville, and Greenfield. And you can see that here along 267. That's Illinois 267. Watching that area, as if it tightens up, it's going to require another tornado warning. Right now, though, hail is the primary threat in that one. And you can see quickly behind this storm, there's already hail reports coming in behind it. As well as this storm earlier had a hurricane-force wind gust, 74 miles an hour, with also golf ball size hail reported. Back down to the St. Louis area right now, we have our tornado warning for this area here between St. Paul and Moscow Mills. That's headed to the areas here near Grafton, Brussels, and Winfield, north sides of O'Fallon, St. Peters, and even St. Charles. This should slide north of you guys, but if you have an address in this tornado warned area, let's just take our tornado safety precautions, get into your safe space. That's doors, windows, away from doors and windows, and interior room, lowest level. It does appear like there's some rotation back in here, just around 61 between St. Paul and Moscow Mill. That's generally moving east at 40 miles an hour. And then further down the line, we also have a tornado possible tag for a storm that doesn't look like it's rotating great, but we're getting into some radar contamination with the St. Louis radar being right here in St. Charles County. So we may not have a great look at this storm here as it passes pretty closely over the radar site. Moving out, still down here in Rolla, 1.5 inch hail and 60 mile an hour winds. That's in Rolla right now along 44, moving up towards St. James and Cuba. Watching that storm, it has a little bit of broad, higher level rotation. but we'll have to watch out if that tightens up. That's headed up towards Cuba, Sullivan, St. James, and Steelville. Definitely be away from the windows and be inside, preferably an interior room, especially if this area has a lot of trees here in the Ozarks. And so if this has a gusty winds and hail, that can knock down limbs and trees, and you don't want to be on a higher level floor. Some other hail signatures showing up here around Licking in south central Missouri here, down near St. Roberts. We'll have to watch on those storms as they move east. Checking down the line, still not much here in southwest Missouri towards Joplin and Springfield. A few showers, maybe some lightning here and there, but nothing severe down here in this part of the watch area. And then I also want to check out, we can see some indications that this line is going to develop further down here into Oklahoma. And yeah, since we last looked at this storm here near Hamilton, it's developing a nice hail core and also really organizing here near Hamilton, Texas, along US 281. And you can see how that quickly that storm has upscaled from a pretty small little thunder shower to now a sizable thunderstorm here. Also a little bit concerning, this storm isn't moving that much. It's still just drifting out here southeast towards Hamilton. So if that type of storm motion continues down here, we could have a flood threat in the hill country of Texas. New severe thunderstorm watch for an area here in central Mississippi that we were highlighting earlier. This area has also had some flood threats, but areas from Vicksburg, Jackson, and Meridian, Mississippi, also Philadelphia, Mississippi, up towards Starkville, you're in now a severe thunderstorm watch. Most of the action right now is north of I-20. We have a couple severe thunderstorms here coming towards Carthage in central Mississippi, and then a nasty storm here crossing the Mississippi River right by Rolling Fork. Had a large tornado a year ago. That is generally headed towards Yazoo City, Satarnia, Benton, and Bentonia. So that is in west central Mississippi here. Some hail showing up along 61. You can check that. There is some rotation up in here we're going to have to watch. Let's check this. Down here near Cary, looks like there's a little bit of rotation. I think this is on not... There's a, looks like a rotation signature up here, but I think that is just some contamination. But it's this area here on the inflow side that I would watch extra carefully towards Cary here. So that's a dangerous storm coming towards the Cary, Holly Bluff, Yazoo City, Little Yazoo, Bentonia, and then that holds together areas north of Jackson towards I-55. So we have a lot going on here already. Alright, let's go back up to our tornado warn storm. You can check its velocity. Still not showing a tight couplet here, but it's always good if you are in a tornado warned area. These can spin up very quickly within just a couple radar scans, and we only get a radar scan every 3-4 minutes, so stuff could be going on between scans that we don't know about. But so if you're in this warning, please take it seriously. This is from East Now Moscow Mills, just northeast of Wentzville, in areas here like St. Paul, Brussels, and Winfield. Take your tornado precautions. Let's get through this storm. And at the very least, if there's no tornado, there's some gusty winds in here. But also, you've then practiced your tornado safety plans. So once again, that's interior room on the lowest level. That's likely a bathroom, a hallway, an interior closet, and then preferably if you have a tornado shelter or basement, that is even better. You can see that rotation area right around 79 as it crosses here near St. Paul and between St. Paul and Winfield. Again, it's not the super tightest rotation right now, but it may tighten up here at any minute. We're going to get a observed tornado now back in this cell. This is the one that I was talking about at the start of the stream. It's a dangerous storm already. for the hail core. And then this is a nasty, nasty observed tornado now. And I just want to see here what it was. It is a weather spotter confirmed tornado. So we have a weather spotter confirmed tornado. This is coming to the areas here near Bar, Palmyra, Hettick, and just now south of Athensville and just north of Greenfield. So if you're in this area, Scottville, Modesto, Athensville, areas especially on the south side of those towns, please be taking your tornado safety precautions. We can definitely check this one out. I think we're going to have it right here down by Bar. Yep, I think that's going to be it. We can also double check that with putting our rotation here, right near Bar, and then we should see a CC drop right here in that same area. We're pretty close to the radar site. Yeah, that should be it right in this area here. We're seeing that CC lower value coming up here near Bar and Athensville, and then seeing the rotation. This has also been confirmed by a weather spotter. So a trained weather spotter reporting a tornado here. This is a dangerous storm. Making sure we get that out to people. So again, we'll see the CC here update when the radar does. This is lifting generally. Ooh, it's gotten stronger here on this last radar scan. This is coming into the areas right in the Bar area. So if you're in this warning, please take it seriously. This is coming through Bar right now and then out towards Palmyra and Hettick in Illinois. Also, I would also consider being in safe spaces here if you're in the Athensville area, just outside the warning here, Scottville, and then also Modesto, especially towards Scottville and Modesto. If this is lifting a little more north than east, you guys could be easily into a tornadic circulation. Once again, this is a tornado warning observed by weather spotters, lifting east-northeast here in Bar, Illinois, Palmyra, and Hettick. Please be in your safe spaces. Also, if you live along Illinois 111, this is a dangerous cell. It's had rotation for quite a while and consistently, and now it's picked up its rotation, and we're seeing that here right by Bar. See if we can get some names here. Bar and Palmyra. That is along Palmyra Road, now east of 267. This is all east of 267 along Palmyra Road, generally headed towards the Palmyra, Illinois area, near Hettick and Modesto and Scottville. Also, I would be in your tornado safe space here. Lowest interior room, away from doors, windows, and the outside walls. Put as many walls between you and the outside as humanly possible, and preferably a basement or storm shelter for an ongoing damaging tornado here in west central Illinois. So quickly, we have 2 tornado warnings right now. The other one here is in the St. Louis area. Not seeing a CC drop at the moment in this one. But seeing a little bit tighter rotation here. Now north of St. Paul, between St. Paul and Winfield. This is headed towards the areas around Grafton and Brussels. Right in here. And headed towards Brussels and Grafton, north sides of O'Fallon, north sides of St. Peter's. If you're up here by St. Paul, along, that is Missouri 79, you need to be in your tornado safe space here, lifting up towards the Brussels area. Seeing some rotation up here near Jerseyville. This is between Jerseyville and Carlton here. Let's step back on this one. Yeah, that is in a bit of a tightening. It's still a fairly weak rotation at the moment. But this area here if it tightens back up or any more, this may need a tornado warning here coming towards Kane. And there's that tornado warning. So now 3 tornado warnings. 1 is observed. Should be able to get these all in the screen here. We have 3 ongoing tornado warnings right now. These are all north of the St. Louis Metro. 1 near St. Paul, that's in St. Charles County, moving east towards Brussels and Grafton. Our newest warning right here is between Carlton and Jerseyville, headed towards the US 67 corridor, generally moving east. And then we have an ongoing damaging tornado near Palmyra and Barr right now. And just checking this one here, this storm is also being warned for hail. So a pretty good hail threat in here if you don't have a tornado. $50 size hail, and moving east at 25, right near Old Kane. So this is wrapped up pretty quickly here in the last few scans. We can go back and check this out. You can see it's kind of a broader area of weak rotation here as it came across Titus and Michael. And then that has quickly developed into a tornadic circulation here between Spanky and Woody and Carlton and Kane. This is now north of Jerseyville and south of Carlton. It's going to cross 67 around Kane and Jalapa. And then if it holds together, over towards Rockbridge and Kemper. So if you're out ahead of this, start paying attention. This is a pretty dangerous cell right here, moving east at 25 towards Kane. That's going to go between Carlton and Jerseyville. Still rotating here near Chain of Rocks, Old Monroe, and St. Paul, headed towards Brussels, Grafton, and Conrad. We can double check CC here. Not seeing any CC drop at the moment. We would see that right in there, and not seeing that, so that's a good sign right now that there's nothing on the ground. Now likely just east of that area. And then back up here, we are seeing an observed damaging tornado coming through the Barr area up towards Palmyra. It's a messy CC because there is a big hail core in this, so we're seeing some hail contamination. But right in here, just west of Barr, we see the CC values pick up, and then over Barr. And then it's pretty messy, but I think there's still some CC drop here just to the north side of Barr. We're also seeing a lot of hail contamination up towards Scottsville and Modesto, as the hail core is pretty close to this area of circulation. Right in the Barr area, and then you have your hail sitting right back in here. This is all lifting just north of east here, so this is coming up towards the Palmyra area. I would also be in your safe space here if you're in Modesto. And then Scottville, probably likely the circulation is going to go south of you, but I would also recommend being in a lowest level interior room for the hail and wind threat that's coming up on that side of the storm. Dangerous storm here. You can see its rotation point. We'll take a look at the velocity. It's not the strongest rotation, but it's a decently tight area rotation between Woody and Kane, headed towards the US 67 corridor here. This is north of Jerseyville and south of Carlton. So if you live in this area here around Woody, Kane, and then eventually headed over towards the Rockbridge, Illinois area, you have a tornado warning storm, could easily tighten further and produce a tornado here at any minute. Areas around St. Louis County have been extended into this warning. This is for some damaging wind. Also watching some small storms popping up in the St. Louis County area around Maryland Heights and Chesterfield. We'll have to watch those as they're out ahead of the line. More importantly, we have the rotation here now east of the 79 corridor, This is quickly moving up towards Brussels and Grafton in St. Charles County. It's about to cross the Mississippi River here into Illinois. This is right here where the Mississippi River comes down, actually makes a bend to the north. So this is Illinois over here, and this is Missouri over here. We're watching that rotation right near the river. It's about to cross into Brussels and Grafton area on the north side of St. Charles. Large severe thunderstorm warning now for the storms that have been upscaling here between St. Louis and down 44 towards Cuba and Sullivan. This is going to be a gusty wind threat and also some small hail in there. The storm down to the south of this has over 1 inch hail. This is close to ping pong ball size hail coming through the Rolla area and near St. James right now. That is generally headed over towards Steelville. Also, the areas here south of Cuba. It's affecting St. James right now along 44. Dangerous storm there with some larger hail. And we're already seeing some hail reports here out of Rolla of quarter-size hail falling for several minutes. Also, a police reporting multiple wires down and trees down in Rolla. Also with a gust of wind 42 miles an hour recorded northeast side of Rolla. We're getting a ton of severe thunderstorm warnings. I want to move down to that storm that we highlighted earlier in the Yazoo City area for a rotation point. It is now under a tornado warning. And yes, that area of rotation has tightened up quite a bit here. Now it's come east of Cary. This is south of Holly Bluff and east of Cary. A tornado warned storm here down in west central Mississippi. This is coming towards the areas here at Satardia, something like that. Tinsley and Little Yazoo, if this holds together. Right now in the warning though, Holly Bluff, and then areas here east of Cary. Little Sunflower. Let's see what else. Spanish Fort, Kansas Landing, Elwood Landing, Harwood, Little Sunflower, Enola, and Limerick. Please be in your safe spaces, as well as Campbellville and Holly Bluff. That is a fairly tight area of rotation right here. You can see the area of rotation right here between Spanish Fort, Kansas Landing, and Little Sunflower. And then this is now east of 61 and Cary, just off the corner of our screen. If you're just joining us, we have multiple tornado warnings right now. Most of those are in Illinois, just north of the St. Louis metro. And then we have one tornado warning here that's our newest warning near Cary, Mississippi. Still just a radar indicated tornado. We can check the correlation coefficient. And that should be, yeah, that's clear air contamination here. So there's not a, it looks a little suspicious. That's not a debris ball. That's clear air. That's actually part of the inflow that we're seeing there on the CC. If we're looking for a debris ball, it would be in this area here, just east of Cary and now southwest of Holly Landing. We'll have to watch and see if we get an update here. This is a fairly tight area rotation here now, just east of Cary and just southwest of Holly Landing in Mississippi. We'll have to watch for the next radar scan and see if anything pops out here. Moving towards areas here near Holly Landing, Spanish Fort, Elwood Landing, Enola, Limerick, and Harworth here in. That is likely going to be a tornado on the ground here. Just to the west of Spanish Fort. Let's double check the reflectivity here. That has not updated yet, but you can see the rotation is definitely strengthened. I think we're going to have a tornado on the ground here near Spanish Fort and Kansas Landing. Generally headed east. Still just radar indicated at the moment. Let's take a look at this again and just back it up a minute. So I was mentioning, this is our clear air here. This is south of the storm. Our rotation is right up in this area here. So we're looking for a CC drop right in this area. These last two scans look like they're more indicating a tornado right up in this area here. So yeah, let's watch it one more CC scan, but this is a very tight area rotation coming towards Spanish Fort, Kansas Landing, south sides of Holly Bluff. I want you guys to be in your safe space too. I think we do have an ongoing tornado here. That's going to head over towards the areas here near Elwood Landing, Harworth, Enola, and Limerick. And that is in Yazoo County and Sharkey County in west central Mississippi. Moving east at 30. So tracking that area out. Oops. Let's redo that one. I want to track it out just ahead of the rotation. Clear that. So I want to track it out here like that, moving east at 30. And that'll give you Spanish Fort less than 5 minutes. Enola about 20 minutes. So not seeing the big CC drop like we saw in the last scan. There's still a couple lower values in here that concerns me a little bit with this storm. So still radar indicated. Let's check these areas out though. And they're right on the edge of this. So that could have been some clear air contamination. That's why I wanted to check the CC drop more than one scan. May have scraped the ground here on the west side of Spanish Fort. But not seeing a big CC drop here at the moment, so good news for the moment, but still this is a dangerous storm. Pretty tight rotation here near Spanish Fort, Kansas Landing, Elwood Landing, Enola, Limerick, and Harworth here in Mississippi. Let's move back up and check out our storms here in Missouri and Illinois. Starting first with the area here in St. Charles County into the areas around Brussels. There's still some rotation up in here by Brussels, but this looks a lot weaker. Still want to be in your tornado safe spaces between Brussels and Grafton. And then still radar indicated tornado here near Kane. This is approaching the Route 67 corridor, moving a little slower than some of our other storms. Some broadening in the rotation, I think, since we last looked at it. Yeah, this is moving east at 25. This storm is showing a little better rotation than the one down by Brussels. Rotation and a tornado would be right in here. This one is a messy storm, so if there is a tornado, you would not see it coming. It would be back here tucked in the rain just north and west of Kane. So definitely don't go out looking for this. Stay in your safe space here if you're between Carlton and Jerseyville in the Kane area in Illinois. Area rotation is just north and west sides of Kane. That's going to be crossing US 67 here in the next couple minutes. Yeah, not seeing any CC drops in here. So good news for the Kane area, but that doesn't mean that there's not a tornado. There could be a weaker one that's just not lofting debris up to the level of our CC, of our radar scan. The other thing is it also doesn't mean that there's not a tornado imminently touching down. So good news there for the minute in Kane. We'll have to keep an eye on you guys. Still an observed damaging tornado. Let's see if there was an update on this. As of 5:17, it was a confirmed tornado over Palmyra, moving east at 20. So emergency management has confirmed the tornado. We've unfortunately gotten confirmation then twice. This was originally a weather spotter, and now it is a emergency management confirmed tornado. Right here near the Palmyra area, you can see there's some CC drops in here. This is a really messy looking CC scan, but I believe there is a tornado still on the ground. That has been confirmed by emergency management, and we're seeing that verified somewhat here on the CC. Also, a much tighter rotation than this storm has had, coming right up into the Palmyra area. South sides of Modesto would really want you guys in your safe spaces too, as well as Palmyra and Heddick in Illinois. Anywhere along 111 between Heddick and Modesto, please be taking your tornado safety measures. A dangerous storm, ongoing damaging tornado coming up from the Bar area through Palmyra. And if it holds together, this would be likely an area coming towards Verdon, Girard, and Standard City. So you guys out here ahead of the warning, it's time to start thinking of where your tornado action plan is, because this storm does seem to be holding together pretty good. It's had a rotation since back into east central Missouri. Back then it was a broader area rotation, but it's had a rotation here now and a tornado on the ground, likely for at least the last 5 minutes, if not longer. And then it's had a very significant hail core. So we have the tornado sitting in here, and then we have a hail core sitting up here. If you're out ahead of this, I would honestly be starting to take my tornado safety precautions if I'm out along Route 4 here between Verdon and Standard City. It's better to take your tornado safety measures and not have a tornado and then just chill in your basement for a little while than to be caught off guard by a storm like this. That is a dangerous storm here coming towards the Palmyra area immediately with an observed tornado. Checking in back down here near Kane. A little bit broader of a rotation. And still not seeing the CC values drop, so that's a good sign. This is crossing right now. This area rotation would be right now crossing US 67 here, just on the north side of Kane. So Kane, still be taking your tornado safety precautions. This one was at 25. So we can track it out here. Eventually, if it holds together, coming towards that area around Rockbridge. Kane pretty much now, and Jalapa in about 5 minutes, and then areas about near Rockbridge if that holds together a little later. Areas around Grafton, still some rotation up in here between Brussels and Grafton. Likely gonna just continue a severe thunderstorm warning. And not even a tornado possible tag. So I would agree with that. We are getting warnings here now for St. Louis. This is St. Louis City. Just a whole mess of storms now coming through the St. Louis area. Gusty winds and small hail are the primary threats here. Have to watch these storms that are firing ahead of the line. And cell mergers can create some localized areas of vorticity. Still some big hailstorms down here by St. James and Steelville. Those were reported some damage here, over 1-inch hail in the Rolla area, trees and power lines down. So be taking these areas seriously if you're down here in St. James. It's been so busy, we haven't even really touched on the severe storms here near Paducah, Kentucky. Couple storms watching a little bit of broad rotation, but pretty significant hail core here near La Center. That is right just in western Kentucky here and on the north sides of Cairo, Illinois, have a severe thunderstorm warning pretty much over the confluence of the Mississippi and Ohio rivers. That's for 1.5 inch hail. That's a ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. And generally moving northeast. If that holds together, it will likely miss the Paducah, Kentucky immediate downtown. So it should slide just north of Paducah towards Metropolis in western Kentucky, and also along the Ohio River here along Highway 24. That may actually move back into Illinois. And then still possible some severe storms down the Mississippi towards Memphis. I want to go back though to our tornado warning here. We saw a CC drop for a scan, and it looks like it's still just radar indicated. Rotation looks a bit weaker than it did when we saw that CC drop. I think this is just clear air. It's right on the edge. Yeah, that's clear air. So if we saw an ongoing tornado, it would be on this side here, up towards the Kansas Landing area now that the rotation has just kind of moved that way. So not seeing a CC drop here right by Spanish Landing and Kansas Landing. That's where we would see one if it was ongoing. It would be right up in that area. That does not mean, again, that there's not a tornado on the ground. So treat this very seriously. If you're out ahead of this, Enola, Limerick, Harworth, and Elwood Landing. This is in west central Mississippi. Also watching a significant hail core up here towards Holly Bluff. So those same towns that I mentioned, also be watching out for the hail core that's coming your way as well. We have new severe thunderstorm watches for the areas here in central Texas, with storms upscaling here, some broad higher level rotations. But that also means that their updrafts are strong, and that is going to aid in the hail core development. And we can see that already these two storms have some sizable hail cores. And just adding on to the severe thunderstorm warnings here for 1.25 inch hail. And then this one here near Hamilton is being warned for 2-inch hail. Watching a little bit of rotation there on its southern flank. These have some nice inflow coming into this storm. Down here, these are pretty isolated. So again, two big hailstorms that are developing here. That's what the models kind of indicated, some very isolated development down in Texas. But any of the isolated development down here has a ton of energy to work with. So these are all west of the Waco, Killeen area at the moment. But we'll watch those as they drift here in the Texas hill country. And I mentioned earlier, these storms don't have a great forward motion. Yeah, they're just kind of floating around out here, moving south, southeast. Our newest warned storm is generally drifting southeast. The one near, was it Hardwick? Hamilton. The one near Hamilton has actually turned, and it turned away from Hamilton. It's now drifting a little more south. So we'll watch those. Those are coming towards Goldwaith, San Saba, Lametta, and then areas here around Avant, where 281 and 84 meet up. So we'll keep an eye on those. Nothing yet in the Dallas-Fort Worth metro, just watching for development here. And then also starting to see some development here in southeast Oklahoma, south of McAllister. You can see where the front is here and where our firing point is. Also seeing some development here around Springdale and Rogers in Arkansas. But this area has remained fairly clear here. South of St. Robert and between that and Fayetteville around the Springfield area, still clear for now. Also seeing some more development south of Rolla near Salem. And then back up now, just one tornado warning here in Illinois. So the rotation near Kane has broadened, at least for a little while. We'll have to watch this one because it is still a rotating storm as it's coming through the Kane area. It's just a lot broader rotation. If that tightens back up, it would be east of Kane now towards the Rockbridge area, so we will have to watch that. Again, not under a tornado warning right now, but still have a rotating strong to severe thunderstorm coming your way. Good news for this storm is its rotation has weakened and now it's just indicating a radar indicated tornado. Yeah, not seeing the CC drops like we did earlier, and frankly the rotation looks a lot messier than it did a few minutes ago when we had the CC drop and the tight couplet here between Palmyra and Heddick. That area is definitely broadened out and is a little more outflow dominant. You can see the cool air pushing out of this storm. Hopefully a good sign. Checking back in on our storm here near Kansas Landing and Elwood Landing now. Seems like the high-res reflectivity is a scan or two back. So still rotation in here. It's a little weaker than it was. It's just south and east now of Kansas Landing. It's between Holly Landing and Elwood Landing, right in this area here, just on the leading edge of the storm. So it's this little appendage there that's moving just about east, a little bit southeast. Still watching that as that eventually drifts over towards Bentonia. We have two more tornado warnings now. And this is going to be for St. Louis. So watching rotation pick up quite a bit here near Eureka and Burns Mill. This is for Jefferson and St. Louis counties in Missouri. As I mentioned earlier, you got to watch the quick spin-ups and cell mergers, and I think that's what we had going on here. This is a broken line of storms. It was just broad rotation that has picked up quite significantly. Looks like there's been some outflow boundaries with all these storms in this area, and that is quickly tapped rotation right over Twin River Park, Echo Lake Ranch, Burns Mill. Quickly developing situation here with a quick developing area of rotation. This is just south of Eureka and along I-44. This is going to go towards Burns Mill, Parkdale, Murphy, Fenton, Sunset Hills, Lakeshire Park, or Lakeshire Green Park, Arnold, Seckman, and Kimswick. We'll check that here in just a second. Not seeing any CC here, but this is a pretty tight area rotation. You can see the winds here moving away from the radar and then quickly winds moving into the storm right over Twin River Park. Again, not seeing any debris signature at the moment, but I wouldn't be surprised. This is a pretty tight area rotation here near Echo Lake Ranch, and it's moving quickly. This one is moving quickly. This is also going to be radar confirmed. It looks like we do have a debris ball showing up here over Echo Lake Ranch. This is coming into High Ridge and Parkdale along Missouri 30 at the moment. So we now have another confirmed tornado. This is coming into a pretty populated area. So if you're on this stream, share the stream. The area near Kane is also going to get a new tornado warning. So areas in Illinois there near Kane coming towards Rockbridge, please be taking your tornado safety precautions as well. This is going to be a tornado here near High Bridge, or High Ridge in Missouri. Alright, just taking a minute here to get the warning out. This is a populated area coming into St. Louis right now. If you're out ahead of this storm, share this stream with your friends and family, and we'll get them through this here. Arnold, Kimswick, up along 55 in South St. Louis County, Fenton, Sunset Hills, Lakeshire, Green Park, along 255 and 55 here. Please be taking your tornado safety measures. That is lowest interior room. Hallway, bathroom, or closet is usually what people find as the lowest interior room on the lowest floor you have. If you have a tornado shelter or a basement, that is even better. But we have a damaging tornado right now coming across US 30. This is in the Burns Mill High Ridge area. Area rotation that wrapped up very quickly here. Right around High Ridge, Parkdale, Murphy. This is coming to the areas here around 141. Damaging tornado on the ground coming towards Rock Creek, Murphy, Paulina Hills. And right now this is a pretty heavily traveled area here, especially this time of day, rush hour. It is rush hour here, so a lot of people are commuting out on Route 30 towards High Ridge here in northern Jefferson County. This is a damaging ongoing tornado here near Missouri 30 and then Missouri Route PP. You can see the CC and a tight rotation area coming over towards Rock Creek. This is a ongoing tornado here. If you're in this tornado watch or tornado warning area, Seckman, Arnold, Maxville, Tenbrook, Fenton, south sides of Sunset Hills and Sappington, also Lakeshire. If you're in the areas here around South County Mall, that's I-55 and 255. This is coming your way. Oakville is up in this area. Really populated area here in southern St. Louis County, northern Jefferson County. This is a ongoing damaging tornado headed your direction. So if you know anyone, share this stream. And also, we will get them through this here. Tracking. So once again, ongoing tornado. Just updating my stream here for a second just to make sure we get this out to as many people as possible. Parkdale, Murphy, This is just east of Burns Mill now, over High Ridge, approaching 141, Missouri 21, I-55 near Arnold and Oakville, and then eventually up towards the Sappington Hill, Sunset Hills, and the Lakeshire areas, south sides of Fenton. And Fenton, you are in this warning. This is an observed damaging tornado on the ground. I want to quickly move up this line to Carlinville, and this is an observed tornado now near the Rockbridge and Kemper areas. Let's see. Weather spotters confirmed the tornado, a trained weather spotter near Kemper. So this is a area of rotation that we were watching earlier as it came across Kane. Had a little bit broader rotation, and now that is tightened up right here between Rockbridge and Medora. This is in Illinois here. Rockbridge and Medora, and right over Kemper. So we have some ongoing confirmed tornadoes here. We can also check the CC. If trained spotters have spotted this, then we can take their word for it. Not seeing the CC value, that again, this is a perfect example of why the CC is not perfect. It doesn't mean that there's not a tornado on the ground. It just means it's not lifting the debris up high enough where we can see it on radar. The storm to the north, still rotating broadly here as it's coming towards Anderson, Standard City, and Millwood. This is in west central Illinois. This is just north of the Carlinville area. Carlinville, you are in the tornado warning for this confirmed tornado near Kemper. That's out for Medora, Chesterfield, Illinois, Carlinville, Illinois, and areas just north of Giuseppe, Illinois. Again, confirmed tornado by weather spotters moving east here in Illinois, right along Illinois 267 over Kemper, or also between Medora and Rockbridge. Quickly want to go back down to our confirmed tornado here. This is a ongoing confirmed tornado, and we can see that one very clearly here near Rock Creek, Paulina Hills, and Murphy. So unfortunately, this is in a populated area of St. Louis and Jefferson County here on the south sides of St. Louis. We can see that rotation picked up right over Twin River Park and Echo Lake Ranch, with the debris ball that we're still seeing here. Over High Ridge and Parkdale here, we can still see the debris ball. And then still seeing it here as we are now here between Murphy and Shady Valley. This is along Missouri 21 and approaching 141. So if you know people in this area, please share the stream. Let them know there's a tornado warning and a tornado on the ground. This is between High Ridge, Murphy, and Shady Valley, headed directly towards a very populated area here in Arnold. This is on the Missouri side. We have a new tornado warning. That's going to be an extension of this warning here for the cell near Carlinville and Standard City. So it's a radar indicated tornado at the moment, but they're going to stretch this warning out for Raymond, Zanesville, Standard City, Harvell, and areas south of Girard in Illinois. Maybe actually even a couple areas of rotation here that we're watching as those move east towards Raymond, Zanesville, Standard City, Harvell, and south sides of Girard. I want you guys to be in your safe space here as well. We have the observed tornado back along 267 here in Kemper. This is headed up towards the Chesterfield, Illinois area, and also towards the Carlinville, Illinois area. So Carlinville, you have a couple areas of rotation, and seeing some now tight rotation just outside of this tornado warning here by Shipman. This is also going to be headed over towards Gillespie. Let us see what's going on in this part of the storm. I'm going to pull up the double. Yeah, this is not contamination. So this is a new area rotation, pretty tight rotation, right by Shipman in Illinois. This whole area here, I think, needs some tornado warnings. And we're seeing another tornado warning. This is a radar indicated tornado for a cell over Jennings and Spanish Lake here. This is coming into Illinois near Granite City. Boy, there are more tornadoes today than I think we were expecting. This is for Granite City, Glen Carbon, Collinsville, Granite City, and Edwardsville here in Illinois. Quickly developing areas of rotation just in the Mississippi River. Just west of there, this is Spanish Lake and Jennings area. Would be taking your tornado safety precautions here as well. Let me see where they say this rotation actually is here for this warning. This is a area capable of producing a tornado over Granite City. So this, I'm wondering if the scan may be a couple minutes delayed. I'm seeing the rotation just away from Granite City here in Spanish Lake. And right along 270 and I believe that is 67. If you're in the Spanish Lake area, I would also be taking your tornado safety precautions. This is North St. Louis County. Looks like there's some rotation up here as well. Let's go back and see when this warning came out. Yeah, I'm seeing that rotation near Spanish Lake. Either way, it would be coming towards Granite City, Edwardsville, Glen Carbon, and Collinsville. Back down in south sides of St. Louis, still an observed tornado on the ground. This is a very dangerous situation down here. Good news is not seeing the debris indicators like we were a few minutes ago. So just a few minutes ago, we saw the debris ball here east of Burns Mill over High Ridge. That was headed towards the areas around Arnold. And we can put this into motion. And not seeing that debris ball on the last couple scans, it looks like it started to broaden and gust itself out. We're going to warn ahead of this though as radar indicated tornado. So this whole section of the line is basically warned for tornadic development. You can still see the rotation here just right around the Arnold area. This is crossing areas here 141 and 55. This is Arnold and Oakville in South St. Louis County and Jefferson County. It's about to cross the Mississippi River. This is about to go into areas here Columbia, Millstad, Dupo, Smithton, and Belleville. Please be in your safe spaces. Also Centerville. This warning also includes downtown St. Louis. There's some other areas of rotation. There's one right there. There's also, looks like, a little bit of rotation here along 55 in South St. Louis County. So I think what the seeing here is the National Weather Service is warning this whole section of the line. There's a couple cells in here. The one that had the damaging tornado near the Arnold area, and then there is another little kink in the line right here in South St. Louis County. So if you're downtown St. Louis out to Belleville, near O'Fallon, Illinois, down towards Columbia and Waterloo, please be taking your tornado safety measures. That is lowest floor, interior room. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Put yourself away from doors and windows in a permanent structure. So if you are in a mobile home or a camping trailer or a temporary garage-like structure, a metal garage-like structure, you need to get into a permanent structure, well built, and get into the lowest floor. That also means a basement or tornado shelter are even better. Let's just check and see what this warning was for. Yeah, so they're warning this for the areas around Sappington and Sunset Hills. I think this is that area of rotation that I saw earlier. Still some rotation down here by the Arnold area. That's where the damaging tornado was a few minutes ago. That area has broadened, but still seeing that rotation now here east of Sappington, with the inflow going like that, and then you have the outflow on this side. This is sliding up towards Dupo, Columbia, and downtown St. Louis. Still seeing ongoing rotation here. Now I do see the Granite City rotation. This is coming up towards Glen Carbon, Edwardsville, Collinsville, and eventually out towards Marine in Illinois. That also includes Maryville, Troy, St. Jacob, South Roxana, Mitchell, Pontoon Beach, and Granite City right now immediately. You can see the inflow notch right in there, right by Granite City, and that's Illinois 203 coming up towards Pontoon Beach. A few minutes ago, there was some rotation up here near Spanish Lake. I still see a little bit in here towards Oldenburg. That area will be also coming up towards the South Roxana area. So we really have to watch. There's a number of areas of rotation along this line that are all potentially capable of producing a tornado. And they're all now basically along the Mississippi River here in St. Louis County and a little bit of northern Jefferson County moving into Illinois. So we really have to take this seriously. This is a area of storms that have organized into a bit of a line, but they're still showing those individual rotation features. So it's a little bit of a QLCS, but also there's QLCS elements, and then there's some embedded supercell elements. And we're really not liking that here. That is keeping everything pretty busy. Rotation has broadened near Chesterfield, Illinois, and that is Illinois 111. Still tornado warned, lifting up towards Carlinville. So please be in your safe spaces. Chesterfield, east now of Medora, between Shipman, Chesterfield, and Carlinville in Illinois. That is still a tornado warned storm. Also north sides of Gillespie. Please be in your tornado safe spaces. And then still a radar indicated tornado near Standard City. It looks like we have a new area of rotation that's taking over for the old area. So still some rotation up in the cell by Standard City. That is the old circulation that had a tornado at one point. Looks like new rotation is picking up here with the inflow that is headed towards Zanesville in Illinois. So ongoing issues up here headed towards Zanesville, Raymond, and Harvell in Illinois. This is also approaching Honey Bend, Wagner, and Farmersville in Illinois. Hopefully, if I'm at least catching some of the bigger town names in your area, but hopefully I'm catching those and you know where you are in relation to some other town names around you, because these tornado warnings are hot and heavy right now with a number of tornado warnings. 7 tornado warnings right now. Most of those are in Illinois and St. Louis. Yes, just double checking here. They're all in the St. Louis area except the one still down in Yazoo County, Mississippi. Still a dangerous cell with 2-inch hail reported. And you can see the hail core up in here. This is now a rotation area that's coming into the Satartia area here in Mississippi. We'll see if they extend the warning out. If they do, it would be an area here near Bentonia, Little Yazoo, Oil City, and Tinsley. Getting an alert for a new tornado warning. This is going to be for the other area of rotation, or one of the other areas of rotation, up here near Bethalto, Illinois. This is crossing now between Godfrey, Wood River, and Bethalto in Illinois. Quickly, this is coming up towards Staunton, Warden, Hamel, Bunker Hill, Mount Olive, Wilsonville, and Mount Clair. Also areas around Gillespie. Gillespie, get into your safe spaces here. You got tornado warnings to your north side and tornado warnings to your south side. If you're in the Gillespie area, just get to your tornado safe space. Also areas here along 55 near Mount Olive. Dangerous cell here coming up just in the Bethalto area. Frostersburg, Dorsey, Prairie Town, Holiday Shores, Warden. Next in line for that. Down here near Edwardsville, still seeing two areas of rotation. One coming towards Edwardsville, and now one just east of Granite City, headed towards Glen Carbon. Also might be into the Edwardsville area. Along 270 and I-70 here. Collinsville is also in this warning. These are some dangerous storms in here, but along 255 and 55 and 70, that's where the strongest area of rotation is. Right here around Pontoon Beach, coming up towards Glen Carbon and Maryville and Troy. You can see the inflow here and then the surging out on the RFD. That is probably very close to a tornado on the ground. That's a pretty tight circulation here, headed up towards Glen Carbon, Maryville, and Troy. The rotation also appears to be a little tighter here now, east of Bethalto, headed up towards Bunker Hill, Stanton, Warden, and Hamel. And then also checking down on rotation here near Columbia, Illinois, and also East Carondelet near Dupont. Seeing still two areas of pretty strong rotation. Right here on just on the Illinois-Missouri border here, East Carondelet, Tillman, and Cahokia. St. Louis City is still in the tornado warning, so if you're downtown St. Louis, still taking those precautions. I just want to glance down the line a little bit, seeing a few areas of rotation down here, but they don't appear to be as strong as they were in the St. Louis area. And we're now going to get a larger overlapping tornado warning. This is going to cover areas here near Carlinville, Mount Olive, headed towards the Litchfield, Illinois area. Let's see, we might be able to see some of these. Areas also around Stanton have a small cell that is showing some signs of rotation as well. So worried about that cell if it upscales a little bit. That's areas around Stanton. So let's take a tour of this line again here. Down to 5 tornado warnings, but we have multiple circulations within a couple of those warnings. The tornado warning in Yazoo County has been allowed to expire. So right now, they're all radar indicated, but with quick spin-up QLCS type tornadoes, those can and do produce tornadoes very quickly. The storm here in Yazoo City, it's going to need another tornado warning. It's starting to wrap up pretty good again. Let me just check its trends here. So it broadened out for a little bit, especially here between Satartia and Holly Bluff. It's a little bit more broad in its rotation. It's still holding broad, but if you're out in front of this, I would be taking my tornado safety precautions here. So that's Satartia right now, and then Oil City, Little Yazoo, and Bentonia. This could easily tighten back up into another tornadic cell. There's a little bit of gray in here between the reds and the greens, so it's still a bit broad, but what I'm starting to see is some brighter greens, pretty close to some brighter reds. So this just has to tighten up just a little bit, and then you're into another tornadic circulation. So very quickly, between Satartia and Bentonia, I would be taking this pretty seriously as it moves east. That's also towards Flora, Scotland, Little Yazoo, and Bentonia. I wouldn't be surprised to see another tornado warning out of there in just a minute or two. The other tornado warnings are all in Illinois here now. This area has two circulations. One is a dying area of circulation near Standard City. That was the first confirmed tornado that was on the ground. Seeing now rotation pick up here near Zanesville. That's headed towards Raymond, Harvell, and Zanesville right now. And then if it holds together towards Morrisonville in Illinois. This is also along 55. Areas here in Carlinville, there's a number of circulations. There's a small cell near Stanton that has some circulation. The main one is the one that's come across Shipman and headed towards Gillespie. There's also a circulation down here near Bunker Hill. And this tornado warning is radar indicated. It's being warned for that Carlinville circulation. There's overlapping tornado warnings here in Illinois. This is now an observed tornado. A damaging tornado over Prairie Town. We called you guys out earlier. Let's find Prairie Town. It's right here. It is this area here near Prairie Town coming up towards Warden. That's why if you're out in this ahead of this line and anywhere from Belleville, O'Fallon, Marine, Hamel, Warden, Staunton, Litchfield, and Zanesville, Harvell, Morrisonville. If you're out ahead of this line, treat this like it's a tornado warning because there's a number of circulations. They've been very quick to spin up here. So we're seeing that now come across the areas here near Warden and Prairie Town. And we can check that here. Yes, we do have a damaging tornado on the ground here, right near Prairie Town. And just north sides of Warden in Illinois. This is also headed up towards Livingston, Binney, Staunton, and north sides of Hamel. This is that circulation that picked up over Bethalto. So not seeing it back here as that rotation picks up here near Bethalto. Starting to get very tight here near Prairie Town. And then the next scan, it's still very tight, and we see that debris ball picking up. And it continues here now headed east towards Warden. That's a damaging tornado on the ground. Watching rotation here near Edwardsville and also Glen Carbon and 270. There's a couple areas of rotation that this part of the line has had. They've been behaving themselves at the minute. There's also rotation here near Centerville. That's come across East Carondelet in the St. Louis area. That's pushing its way towards Centerville and areas here near Woodcrest, Fairview Heights, Belleville, Millstad, Roachtown, and Smithton. Also areas of rotation that had a confirmed tornado earlier back in Jefferson County. That's approaching Millstad right now. Not seeing anything in here. That's all just leading edge contamination. That is likely on the leading edge as well. Let's check. Yeah, that's leading air, clean air contamination there. But still a pretty strong signature right here around Centerville. And then down here near Millstad. So let's go back up to our confirmed tornado right now on the ground. This one here is a confirmed tornado. Also, this rotation in this little supercell near Staunton is picking up. You can see the look of this is not very good. So if you're in the Staunton area, I would also be taking, well, you need to take your tornado safety precaution for the other circulation. But if you're up towards Litchfield, Mount Olive, and Walshville, I would be taking also tornado safety precautions. This little cell that's out of the head of the line is also starting to pick up its rotation here near Staunton right now. Again, ongoing observed damaging tornado. It's been our third or fourth damaging tornado that we've seen. It's here near Warden, lifting up near Staunton. This is also a busy area along 55 in western Illinois, just in the St. Louis metro area. Watching closely this area here around Edwardsville. That's a pretty tight circulation down here near Edwardsville at the moment. And then also still rotating here down Centerville and Millstad in Illinois. St. Louis, you guys are finally clear of the tornado warnings. Damaging tornado still on the ground here near Staunton. This is coming up along 55. Focusing in on this one a little bit here further. This is moving east at 40 miles an hour. So moving east at 40. And I just want to check. Yeah, it's almost moving due east. Good news is the latest scan doesn't look as tight as it was earlier. Pretty typical for a QLCS type spin up is they spin up very quickly and very seriously, and then they go away pretty quickly. But this is moving east, just slightly north of east. It's going to be in the areas just around the Stanton area, and then Livingston, New Douglas, if it holds together in about 20 minutes. Livingston, less than 10 minutes. Just checking this whole area a little further. Staunton, Illinois, I would guess, yeah, less than about 5 minutes. So if you're in this area here, Stanton, Warden, down to Hamel, and then likely out in front of this, Walshville and Mount Olive, taking your tornado safety measures here for a damaging tornado still on the ground. Other areas of rotation up here near Gillespie and Carlinville. And then still radar indicator around the Zanesville and Raymond areas. Still, that storm is moving a little slower than the rest. That's been in the Zanesville, Raymond area for a little while now. But still, rotation there is picking up a little bit. So just south of Zanesville and Raymondville and Harville, that area here is moving your direction. That just dropped out Standard City. So Standard City, you're done with the tornado warning. Still picking up observed tornado here near Staunton. It may have dropped out. Still seeing some lower CC values. That may be debris that's lofted still in the air. This could easily come back down, though. I think it's going through a bit of a cycle here at the moment. We can see how tight it was with the debris ball showing up here near Prairieville, and that's the signature right here. And then it's come across the areas here between Prairieville and Warden, still with the debris ball. And then not seeing that debris ball in the last scan, still seeing some broad CC drops, likely indicating that there's still some debris aloft in here. Now what I'm seeing here is it looks like a new area rotation is picking up near Livingston. This is the old circulation right here that's come across near Prairie Town. Yeah, that's... So your old circulation is dying off. Your new circulation is picking up near Livingston. And then also one of the biggest tornado warnings I think I've seen. And what I've been saying earlier is if you're out ahead of this line, there's a ton of little circulations that can quickly spin up a tornado, just like we saw here near Prairieville. They're going to warn out ahead of this line out 270 and 70 in St. Louis, and then out 64 from St. Louis. If you are headed that direction, it is time to get into your tornado safe spaces here. Oakville, Livingston, Carlisle, Breeze, over towards Centralia, Mount Pleasant, Greenville, Pocahontas. You have a couple minutes here. If you're in Livingston, Centralia, or Oakville, you probably don't even see thunder or lightning right now. But these storms are moving pretty quickly, and they've had a history of producing damaging tornadoes. So we need to take those seriously. You have a few minutes if you're in a mobile home or a trailer or camping or in a temporary structure to get into sturdy structure. If you're out that way by Oakville, Livingston, Centralia, Carlisle, Breeze, Sandoval, Carlisle Lake, the reservoir out there, if you know someone that's fishing, get them on the phone and let them know there's a tornado warning and a strong line of severe thunderstorms headed your way towards Carlisle Lake. And then also up Greenville, Pocahontas, and Pleasant Mound. Really not liking this area here near Marine and just east of Edwardsville. This is going to slide north of I-70 here at the moment. But if you're in this warning, please take it seriously. Highland, Grant Fork, Pocahontas, Old Ripley, and Alhambra. You have a strong circulation headed up your way. Still rotating here in the St. Louis Metro between Belleville and O'Fallon. That's headed up towards Lebanon in Illinois, and then over towards Mascoutah, New Baden, Trenton, Breeze. Also some rotation on the south side of Belleville, headed towards the same areas, Mascoutah. Checking on areas here near Millstad. That area has broadened a little bit. I think that's that area here now. The Millstad rotation is on the south side of Belleville. That's our broadest rotation at the moment, so that's a good sign there. They are going to extend out a large severe thunderstorm warning into Illinois. That includes Ellington, Ironton, Frederick, Farmington, Chester, Redbud, Sparta, and Nashville. Those are all out ahead of the line of storms that's back built down towards Viburnum and Salem in Missouri. So if you're up here in the St. Francis Mountains, call someone again, let them know. We're also going to warn a big chunk of this line, basically taking individual tornado warnings and combining them into two giant tornado warnings. This is big. This is a big tornado warning that covers basically all southwest Illinois. This is a big warning that includes Witt, Nokomis, Hillsborough, Lynchfield, Mount Olive, areas just west of Ramsey, Fillmore, Coffeen, Sorrento. This is for the areas here of rotation around Staunton. There is a rotation around Staunton. Another one over here near Mount Olive. There's a bit of a cell merger. There was that little cell that had a rotation near Staunton. And seeing a pretty tight couplet here just in the Staunton area and I-55. There's the broader rotation here down by Livingston and Warden. Let's see what this... it's going to be a messy CC, so we're not really going to see it here unless it really pops off. Wouldn't be surprised here. There's a little tight area of circulation from that original little supercell. And that would be right over the Staunton and I-55 area as we speak. So all the circulations at the moment are radar indicated. I know we have an observed tornado down here in Edwardsville. For that circulation that I said earlier was by Marine. Looks like it popped up here, a debris ball here between Edwardsville and Marine as it's coming across the areas around 55. with a radar confirmed tornado there. Glen Carbon up to Marine. Not seeing it on this new tornado warning, so that may have lifted. But if it has or hasn't, that circulation is right here over Marine, headed towards Grant Fork and Alhambra. Staunton, I definitely want you guys to be in your safe space here. We have the larger, broader circulation just south of you, and then we had a little circulation that's moved up along 55 here, and this is a complex situation here. Binney over to New Douglas, and then there's still a small little circulation from the little supercell that was just in the Staunton area, still up in that area. And you can see here the wind surging out like this. This is inflow here. That is from that original rotation that had the tornado near Prairie Town. You can still see what's left of the supercell getting incorporated into this line. That's its little rotation right here, just to the east of Staunton, and along I-55. Still pretty strong rotation showing up here in Raymond and Zanesville area along I-55. That's also headed east towards Witt, Nokomis, and Ullman. Taylor Springs also in the warning there. And then also checking down into the O'Fallon, Illinois area. Rotation over O'Fallon and Fairview Heights right now. That's headed towards Shiloh, Lebanon, along I-64. Still showing some rotation here in the Belleville area along Illinois 15. That's also headed over towards Shiloh Station and Wilderman. Little bit of broad rotation there near Smithton. A large severe thunderstorm warning covering a bunch of these hail producing storms, and also some wind down here near Festus, DeSoto, Val's Mines, Bonne Terre, Potosi, and all the way down into the Viburnum area. If you're back here along 44, St. Robert, Rolla, Lebanon, Springfield, and Joplin, you guys are clear of severe weather today. Still maybe get a little bit of showers and maybe some storms with the actual cold front, but the development point is just to your south. Still watching for development here down in Rogers area. We've also had storms firing south of McAllister in Oklahoma, near Antlers, not severe at the moment. Watching for isolated development of big hailstorms down here in the Dallas area. Still nothing there. We do have a new tornado warning. I mentioned earlier that the cells out here in the hill country had some broad rotation. Looks like that's picked up on the one cell. That was a south moving cell. And yeah, still some broad rotation back by San Saba. But this is a area of tighter rotation now along 183. That's US 183 between Lametta and Goldwaith. These storms have also had close to 2-inch hail at points. So take this very seriously here. This is now coming towards Lametta, between Lametta and Antelope Gap. An area of pretty tight rotation right here that we're seeing along 183. Center Fit is also in this warning, and areas here along 190 and 183 down toward Ogles. Please be taking your tornado safety precautions. That's lowest interior room, away from doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We can also check this in the CC. This is an area right up in here along 183. This area is not moving that fast, and it is being warned for southeast at 10. So you have a little bit of time if you're in that Ogles area to get into a safe structure. But checking the rotation right here, Let's take a look and we'll see if we have any CC values drop. Let me circle it a little better. Right in this area here. So there's our velocity, there's your reflectivity, and CC, not showing any CC drop at the moment. That's why this is just radar indicated. It's drifting south at 10, south-southeast towards Lometa though, and along 183, and where 183 comes together with 190 out here in the Texas Hill Country. In the CC, we can also see the hail core that's showing up in here. But that's a pretty tight circulation right over here, just coming towards the Lometa area. We'll wait here for just a second and check its scan out. Oh yeah, it's definitely tightened up some as it's dropped south. You can see it starts to tighten up here north of Lometa. Still watching some broad rotation in the cell to its south. But yeah, it's tightened up as it's come across the Antelope Gap and Scalorn area. Right around 183 and Texas 2942. That might be a county road. I don't know if Texas names four-name state roads. But this is drifting south, southeast towards Centerfit and Lometa. The actual circulation actually looks like it's drifting a little more south than east. But Ogles, still want to be in your safe space. Nix in Texas. Nix, Texas, Ogles, Texas, and Lometa, Texas. You still want to be in your safe space as this is coming your way. I'm going to mark this out. It might be going a little faster than that. South-southeast at 10. And good news is there's not much population out here. Lometa is the only town that's picking up. Lometa, Centerfit, and Nix, as well as Ogles. We can check the CC again. Still not seeing a CC drop there, so good news for the minute. This is decently up in height, though, from the radar site, so there could be a tornado on the ground, and we're just not seeing it in the CC. I want to check on our friends in the Jackson area. Still have a supercell here. This is not tornado warned at the moment. It's still got broad rotation in here, generally moving towards Flora and Anderson and Kearney Park, also Bentonia and Stokes. We're going to have to keep a tight eye on this as it heads into some areas that are a little more populated. The rotation is in this area here. It's drifting on the south side of the current severe thunderstorm warning. That includes Little Yazoo, Oil City, Bentonia, and Scotland right now. Also Flora is in this watch. Still watching that rotation. It was tornado warned earlier. Hail up towards Bentonia, Scotland, and Little Yazoo. If that holds together, that's going to be on the I-55 corridor near Canton. And then also have to watch that rotation here near Madison. That is the only severe thunderstorm at the moment in that central Mississippi watch box. Ongoing hailstorm here near Elizabethtown in southern Illinois. Some broad rotation in that, but not seeing that. Just 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Back to the St. Louis area, just a mess of storms. We have a large area of severe thunderstorm warnings. That is everything from Piedmont, Ellington, Ironton, Fredericktown, Farmington, Chester on the Illinois side, Festus on the Missouri side, and all the places in between. Iron Mountain Lake, Park Hills, Bloomsdale, St. Genevieve, and Centerville, and Annapolis in Missouri. On the Illinois side, Chester up to Redbud, Sparta, Coulterville, Nashville, and New Athens, Lively Grove, all those places in between. More seriously, we have a line of tornadic storms that have produced tornadoes. And just taking a quick glance, we have 7 tornado warnings. 2 of them are observed right now. So I'm going to focus in on the observed tornadoes. Just know if you're in this large tornado warning from Belleville to Centralia up to Greenville, just west of Vandalia, up towards Nokomis, that includes Hillsborough, Greenville, Centralia, over towards Belleville, O'Fallon, Shiloh, Lebanon, and all those points in between, please be taking your tornado safety precautions. This is a large area of tornadoes and tornadic producing supercells that are embedded in a line. And I just want to make sure we get this out. Just making sure we get warnings out to as many people as we can here. Alright, let's take a look here. We have some ongoing damaging tornadoes. 2 of them are observed in Madison and Macoupin counties. Those may have actually been the old warnings. Let's see here. Okay, observed tornado. This is that one that was up by the Stanton area, Staunton, and we'll see if we can find it in here. Okay, ongoing rotation here near Walshville. Another area of rotation down here near Sorrento. Let's see if there's a CC still in there. Not seeing at the moment. That one, though, doesn't mean it's not touching the ground. This is a pretty... there's the other one. You can see back here towards Prairieville. And that went away. Just treat these like they're still ongoing here. So near Sorrento and also near Walshville, moving up towards Taylor Springs and Coffeen. Taking a look a little further up here, we have some strong rotations here near Holly Bend, also near Hillsborough and Butler in Illinois. A couple areas of rotation showing up there. Here's the main rotation. It looks like near Sorrento that's showing up. That's moving east, northeast. Should be north of Greenville, but Greenville, Mulberry Grove, Pleasant Mound, and Pocahontas. You're in the larger warning for rotation that's down by Highland. Yeah, there's rotation here near Pocahontas and Highland. That's moving up along I-70 towards Greenville, Mulberry Grove, and Pleasant Mound. Also have rotation here now east of Belleville. And it looks like another one here east of O'Fallon, headed towards Breeze, Carlisle, and Carlisle Lake, Oakville, Irvington, and Centralia. Please be taking that area seriously. And then areas here in St. Louis County. You guys are all clear of the severe weather. That escalated quickly. So St. Louis County now clear of the tornadic threat, with some damaging tornadoes coming across this area here near Jefferson County. We'll have to check for some reports here out of Burns Mill over towards the Arnold area. Had a damaging tornado that we saw a debris ball on the ground. So we'll have to check this area here between Burns Mill, High Ridge, Rock Creek, and the Twin River Park area. Yeah, I think we saw debris come across like this. And so we'll have to check that area here. Especially if the tornado warnings calm down, we can see if we have any updates on that. Still a strong storm here near Springfield, Illinois. Wouldn't be surprised if this cell gets a severe thunderstorm warning. It looks like there's a little bit of a hail core picking up, headed over towards Chatham and Woodside. That'll also be headed towards Springfield, Illinois. Yeah, it's sliding basically along and south of I-72. Checking in on our areas of rotation. I want to dual screen this so we can pull up some side-by-sides. So still areas here near Raymond, between Raymond and Taylor Springs. Couple areas of rotation. One is a little more broad than the other near Irvine. This one here near Raymond is a bit tighter. That's headed up in generally towards Colton and Nokomis and Ullman. We have our circulation further south near Sorrento. That's along Illinois 127, headed up on the north sides of Greenville, and eventually over towards Coffeen and Fillmore. And then we have our rotation here near Pocahontas. That's along I-70, headed towards Pleasant Mound and Greenville and Mulberry Grove. So we have that area here near Pocahontas right now. That's along I-70. So if you're traveling I-70 east to St. Louis, don't. Just don't. Because it's a wall of supercells and QLCS spin-ups. New tornado warning here now south of St. Louis. This is for an area that is, I think we called it earlier, there's some broad rotation near DeSoto. That area is right along the Mississippi and Missouri, along the Mississippi River here between Missouri and Illinois. That's going to be going into Bloomsdale, Redbud, St. Genevieve, Sparta, and Coulterville. So please be in your tornado safe space. We can see that area of rotation here right along and east of I-55, between I-55 and the river. That's going to be also going over towards Prairie du Rocher, Bloomdale, St. Genevieve, also in this warning, and also others around Redbud. Let's just get a read on this new warning, since this is a little bit separate from our larger tornado warning. Yeah, this one is moving faster. It's moving at 60 miles an hour. So Coulterville, Redbud, Prairie du Rocher, St. Genevieve, and Bloomsdale. You're not going to have a ton of time with this warning. This is headed quickly here towards also Sparta. Just taking this out at 60 miles an hour to the east. Basically, if you're in Prairie du Rocher, you got 5 minutes or less. If you're in Ruma, Illinois, that's about 10 minutes. Collins, 15 minutes. Preston, about 15 to 20 minutes. Blair, about 20 to 25 minutes. Prairie du Rocher, less than 5 minutes for a dangerous cell. This is starting to spin up here just along the Mississippi River, east of Danby, just north of Bloomsdale. Still want you guys to stay in your safe space though, and also St. Genevieve. This is likely going to slide north of you guys, but it's still good to be in a tornado safe space, especially for this line. It looks like some gusty winds coming out here now south of this circulation towards you guys. Also, this area has spun up tornadoes before. It's produced various tornadoes in the St. Louis area and points east. Getting a little more concerned with the rotation here near Raymond. That's up along 127. It looks a little more broad on the other radar site that's a little closer to it. Still have some other areas of circulation around Irving and around the Sorrento and Walshville area. And then also still showing some circulation, but a bit broader now, coming up along I-70 towards Pocahontas and Mulberry Grove. Although we can switch radar sites and see that area a little better. Yeah, there's still a decently tight circulation in here between Pocahontas and Greenville. It's riding essentially along I-70, so Pleasant Mound and Mulberry Grove. That is headed your way. Still just radar indicated. Still some circulation here in Lebanon, New Baden, over towards Breeze and Carlisle. That's going to be headed also towards the Carlisle Lake, so if you got anyone that's out watching or boating on Carlisle Lake, on fishing and stuff like that, let them know. This is also affecting areas here west of Sandoval, Junction City, Central City, Centralia, and Irvington. And then Covington, Oakville, New Baden right now. That area rotation near Mascoutah is also headed your way. And then a little area here near Trenton and Lebanon that also has some circulation in it. New Athens, very gusty winds right now. You're between tornado warnings. So this area here, Lively Grove, Nashville, Oakdale, over towards New Athens. This is an area that's seeing at least probably 50, 60 mile an hour winds. And that is, yes, they're warning that area for 60 mile an hour winds and some small hail. Still radar indicated rotation here near Prairie du Rocher. This is quickly crossing the Mississippi River here into Illinois. Also maybe some small hail up towards Fultz. And gusty winds here headed towards Bloomsdale and St. Genevieve. A little bit of rotation also maybe in the Redbud area. So we have to watch that one. But right now the main warning here is for Prairie du Rocher over towards Evansville, Illinois, Baldwin, Illinois, and then Ellis Grove, Steelville, Illinois, Sparta, Coulterville, and Tilden. Just checking on everything here. Okay, that was the observed tornado. That warning is going to be allowed to expire. The tornado would be over here near Coffeen. And it's still just radar indicated. Checking down the line here, haven't had much in tornadoes down here in southeast Missouri right now. But we'll have to check that out as it continues on here. Because this whole area is favorable for tornadoes. Actually, right now, most of the tornado warnings have been on the north edge of this favorable area. We'll have to see further development down here towards Cape Girardeau and areas here around Paducah, also up north of Jonesboro in Arkansas. if there's continued development down here, we're really going to have to watch this area for tornadic development. This was the area that I was looking at this morning and early afternoon in some soundings that showed the most favorable environment out of this whole area of 5% risk area that the Storm Prediction Center highlighted. I thought the biggest risk was in this area from Paducah up through Cape Girardeau and then south of St. Louis, also maybe extending back into the Ozarks a little bit towards Jonesboro. So we'll really have to watch this area, as it's a pretty area prime for development, and it hasn't had much storms. There's been a few storms here near Paducah, but back here in southeast Missouri, there hasn't been much. Looks like we're just going to continue reissuing these tornado warnings. So hearing the tornado warnings go off here, just multiple circulations. The one that's been pretty steady for a little while has this one been along Pocahontas and I-70. Worried about that one because there's a lot of traffic along I-70. That is a major interstate in the U.S. in this part of the country, and this tornadic circulation has been riding pretty much along that. So that's going to continue out along I-70 towards Vandalia, St. Elmo. It's approaching Greenville right now. Other areas of circulation up here between Vandalia and Hillsborough, that's going to be headed towards Ramsey and Cowden. And then this area of circulation up here near Nokomis and Witt, that's headed towards Panna, Shelbyville, and Cowden, or Coden. You can check the other radar site, has a little bit better read on some of those northern storms. So there's still circulation in here. You can still see this one even on this radar by Pocahontas, but here's this one coming up towards Ramsey. And then there's a large, broad area of circulation right now near Witt and Nokomis. That's going to be eventually headed up towards Panna, Cowden, and Shelbyville. A lot of lightning in this storm, a lot of gusty winds up to 60 miles an hour. The hail has come down a little bit as this has formed more into a QLCS situation. Earlier, there were more individual supercells that were just kind of organized into a line. Those have since merged and combined into this heavy vortex QLCS with all these spin-ups. Still a tornado possible here near Oakville. That's for a signature that's come across by the Belleville area. That's been holding pretty much steady there. Also a little bit broader area here towards Breeze. That's going to be over towards the Carlisle Lake area and Breeze here in a few minutes. Oakville over towards Centralia and Irvington in Illinois. Watching for that part of the line. And then still that one here near Greenville. Working our way down further, have a tornado warning for some broad rotation at the moment near Prairie du Rocher. That also includes Bloomsdale and St. Genevieve on the Missouri side, and then Redbud, Sparta, and Coulterville in the Illinois side, areas just north of Chester, Illinois. I'm just seeing if there's an updated discussion. This is still our enhanced risk area that is a very similar area to the 5% tornado risk by the Storm Prediction Center. So just checking on the outlook here and don't see any major changes. Things seem to be holding their own at the moment in the St. Louis area and west central Illinois. I want to check on our slow moving hailstorm with an ongoing tornado warning rotation here near Lometa. It looks like it's gone through the Lometa area. Good news is it looks like the original circulation has broadened over the Lometa area. But then we can see as it's come to the south, a bit of a newer area of circulation is picked up. And still a decently intense area of circulation here. Now south of Lometa, this is south of Centerfit, Lometa, and just to the west of Ogles. along US 183 south of Lametta in Texas. This is in the Texas Hill Country. Still some big hail showing up around Lametta probably right now. And then luckily not too many people live out here. The next community that would be affected is, if that circulation holds together, is a community here, Nix, Texas, along Texas 580. That storm is drifting south at about 10 miles an hour. In addition to the tornado potential, this has had over 2-inch hail as it's come across and actually kind of turned south. It was originally drifting southeast, and now it's turned more to the south, about like that. So it had some over 2-inch hail here west of Hamilton, Texas, between Goldthwaite and Hamilton, now in the Lametta area. The storm to its west has also had some broad rotation, but not to the level that we've seen with that storm. It's also a hail-producing storm out here in the Texas Hill Country. And it's now south of San Saba. Let's see. Moving southeast at 15 near Chappelle, Texas. We can see if there's any communities in this path, but there may not be for the minute out here. If it holds together, the next community is in about 52 minutes, Towle and Buchanan Lake Village in about an hour, since that's moving southeast at 15. So a strong storm there. Checking in right now for some National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center. They've now extended a severe thunderstorm watch. We should be able to see that. Yeah, here we go. So we have, we have a new severe thunderstorm watch that covers east central Illinois, down basically south of this line of storms right now. So down to the Boot Heel and Cape Girardeau area, and then also western Kentucky to the areas just southwest of Louisville, and then up into southwest Indiana, and then eastern Illinois here. So we have this is our new severe thunderstorm watch. It is hazards include damaging wind up to 70 miles an hour, large hail, isolated 1.5 inch, that's ping pong ball sized hail, and also a few tornadoes. That's out ahead of this line. There's been some isolated storms out ahead of the line. There's still some down here near, actually one near Nashville right now on the north side of Nashville, but there is a warning here for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds south of Mayfield, Kentucky. The storms down here haven't been moving as much as they are on that line segment. This looks like it's moving mostly east. It's about to enter a interaction with some storms that have been pushing a little faster behind it. So we'll see what happens here. Always have to watch out for cell mergers. They can sometimes increase localized vorticity. We'll have to watch that. But also, it looks like this is going to push south of Mayfield. So this should stay south of Mayfield. If it continues a warning, it'll probably be over towards Murray, Kentucky. The storm that I just had mentioned over by Nashville has just gotten severe. It's going to be a 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. It's right now on I-24, northwest of Nashville, headed up towards Springfield, Tennessee, Pleasant View, Tennessee, Orleana, and Cross Plains. All right, let's continue on here with the tour. We've had some larger hail in the Paducah, Kentucky area. Yeah, just checking my audio real quick, making sure we still got it. Some of the storms are east now. Paducah have actually dropped some 60-mile-an-hour winds and some small hail. Even a damage report here, thunderstorm wind damage for tree down near Cairo. So there's going to be more coming here, guys. Large area of tornado warnings. 6 tornado warnings. They cover an area that... actually, I can check that here for you. Oops. There are tornado warnings that stretch about 74 to 75 miles long. That is in central Illinois. If you include the one here that's down by Prairie du Rocher, and there's a little gap of tornado warning at the moment, that's over 113 miles of constant tornado warning. So everywhere from Taylorsville, Illinois, down to areas just north of Chester are covered in a tornado warning, and I don't think that's as big as this warning was. It's actually gotten trimmed down a little bit. So that's how crazy here this line and QLCS situation has wrapped itself up with numerous tornado warnings. Checking in on our rotation, we have a strong area rotation here near Ramsey, Illinois. This is coming up towards Herrick and Cowden. Wouldn't be surprised if there's a tornado on the ground here at the moment. Let's just check our CC. A little bit of CC drop in here, but we're gonna have to wait another scan or two, and that is probably likely a tornado on the ground. That is on the south side of this little storm here. Let's check it out and see how this has developed. And this is the problem with these QLCS storms here, is there can be an area of broad rotation at first, and then you can see in just a scan or two how quickly this has wrapped itself up. And wouldn't be surprised here, we're going to go into dual mode. And I want to get the CC on this side. Wouldn't be surprised if we get a tornado here. This is coming up into the Hanson area. Yeah, that's CC drop right here. So I think we have another confirmed tornado, damaging tornado coming up near Hanson in Illinois. This is along US Route 51 near just north of Ramsey. Good news is there's so many tornado warnings. Hopefully people have taken this seriously and got to shelter out ahead of these storms. And that's why this whole area is being warned for a tornado warning. If I'm skipping an area rotation, there's just been so many areas of rotation in here that they spin up very quickly, and then they broaden out, and then another one in another part of the line segment will spin up very quickly. So please take this whole area here with seriousness. It is a ongoing dangerous situation here in Illinois. This is a tornado on the ground, and it's moving northeast. This is going to be moving northeast towards Herrick, towards Cowden, Oconee, Lakewood, Cowden there just off the side of the screen, and north sides of Ramsey here. We need to be taking this very seriously. I see some CC drop, and that correlates with this very tight area of rotation here in Illinois. This is now southeast of Nokomis and also south of Pana. That's one of the tighter areas of rotation that we've seen here in the last few minutes. But that is generally headed up towards Tower Hill, Lakewood, Shelbyville, and Cowden and Herrick here in Illinois. Yeah, it's still showing up right here. Still showing some CC drops here just north and west of Ramsey. That is a tight area of rotation. Wouldn't be surprised if there's an ongoing tornado here headed up towards Cowden and Shelbyville. Taking a look at this a little bit further here. It's going to be tucked back into the rain here north of Ramsey. Oconee and Herrick are up next with that area of rotation right in here. And let's see if we get a CC update on that. Not seeing that area grow, so that's a good sign. You can see up in here there's a little bit of a CC drop. And then not seeing it as much, so it may have just touched the ground for a couple minutes here north sides of Ramsey. Right here I think we saw the CC drop and the reflectivity really tight, so probably a smaller tornado, at least in the width, and also just hasn't lofted that debris up as high as we need to see a clear CC drop. But right in here, that's a really tight area, and the circulation is right in there. So not seeing a CC continue, which is doesn't mean it's not still on the ground. I'd treat this little area here as a damaging tornado coming up towards Oconee and Herrick and Lakewood and Cowden. Checking on storms further south, they're coming through the Vandalia area at the moment. We're starting to push the limits of this radar site, but there's still been an area of rotation that's headed up along I-70. That's going to be headed towards Vandalia and St. Elmo. Still areas of rotation here between Breeze and Carlisle, headed towards Carlisle Lake and Sandoval and Centralia. Also here, a little area of rotation near Oakville, headed towards Centralia and Irvington, north sides of Nashville. I would be under your tornado safety precautions. And then also watching this area here, still radar indicated for this area here now, east of Prairie du Rocher, southeast of Redbud, headed towards Sparta and Coulterville. Area rotation here. Let's check this area out. I think that's clear air in a... Yeah, that's a little bit of clear air contamination, but also there's likely some hail in this storm here near Redbud. The rotation is also sitting back in here, so it's going to be really hard to see if there's any CC drop with the hail core and some really heavy rain right in there too. But this area rotation headed up near Sparta and Coulterville at the moment. Still 7 tornado warnings ongoing. They've extended out the tornado warning near Ogles, and now includes Lampasas, Texas. This also includes 1-inch hail, or over 1-inch hail, towards ping pong ball size hail. I think it's about 1.5 inches hail. Yes, ping pong ball size hail and tornado. I want to see if they have any other details on... It has picked up some speed, so earlier it was moving very slowly. It's now moving southeast at 20. And that area rotation here is near Ogles, Texas. Basically moving down along 183. So it's going to be into Lampasas and Sparks Crossing in a little while. Let's draw this out. I'm going to take kind of the leading edge of the storm to give people the most amount of lead time as possible. Lampasas, if that holds together, and the storm itself is going to hold together, that's coming towards you in about 20 minutes or less. And then Shortall, Texas, in about a half hour. Especially if you're north of Lampasas towards Revision, that'll be about 10 to 15 minutes. Still a large storm here west of that with some broad rotation It's not affecting any communities at the moment, and it's drifting to the south-southeast at about 15 miles an hour. If that holds together, Towel in about 40 minutes and Cherokee in about 50 minutes. 50 minutes. The tornado warning, though, in Texas for Lampasas in Texas. This has been actually kind of the start of possible severe weather. Still watching areas here in the Dallas area and points east. We're starting to see a little bit of development here between McKinney and Paris, Texas. And then certainly we're seeing some development north of the Red River. If we can get a few more cells to form, they could form over the Dallas area, and that's why there's this larger severe thunderstorm watch that covers the Red River all the way down through the hill country. We've seen already a couple storms form in the hill country, and you can see they've dropped over 2-inch hail west of Hamilton, Texas. They're not moving very much. They're moving 15 to 20 miles an hour, so they've stayed in a fairly rural and a fairly small area of this watch box. But watching for more storms like that are going to fire along this cold front and potentially have large hail, a possible isolated tornadic threat. Still watching a supercell here in Jackson, Mississippi. Rotation looks a lot weaker than it did, although the cell itself still looks very impressive. This is a hailstorm here coming across Madison in the areas here just north of Jackson, Mississippi. So that area, Ridgeland, Madison, up towards Canton, is under the gun here, right along I-55. Canton, it looks like the worst is past to your south. Still have a little broad rotation. It's not as impressive as it was earlier. Even back by Flora had a little tighter rotation there. And then further back it was towards Satartia and Cary, where it was tornado warned. This area now is in Mississippi for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Another strong storm here north of I-20, that's north of Forest and Newton. Have to watch that for some strong winds and hail as well. Working our way north, still have a pretty strong cell here near Coopertown, Tennessee. That's headed up along 431 towards Springfield, Tennessee, with some larger hail in there. Those blues and pinks indicating a larger hail core. Also have some strong cells south of Mayfield, Kentucky, near Murray. They've been traveling pretty slowly and merging a little bit. They're likely going to continue east towards Murray. And then Fredericktown, Farmington, Ironton, Viburnum, and down towards Ellington and Piedmont have a severe thunderstorm warning for a large hail, especially this south here near Ironton. That's sliding south and east eventually towards the Fredericton and Ironton area. Seeing some larger hail returns in there. This one is also starting to show some rotation. We're pretty far away from the radar site, but there's at least some upper level rotation that is looking pretty good. Also on the radar return, you can see there is a pretty good size hail core and then a bit of an appendage here. So a cell that's worth watching near Centerville, Annapolis, Ironton, and Fredericktown here in Missouri. This is a pretty forested and less populated area of the Ozarks, but it's in a tornadic favorable environment. Getting new tornado warnings for everywhere along this line pretty much. We'll work our way up here in a second. I want to check the storm here near Sparta. It's broadening out a little bit, but there's still some rotation in here. Broad right now by Sparta. Extended a severe thunderstorm warning and take these very seriously. Almost ahead of this line, take it like it's a tornado warning. because we've had quick spin up of tornadoes variously along this line. This also has 70-mile-an-hour winds and maybe some small hail. But new severe thunderstorm warnings, DuQuoin and Pinckneyville in Illinois. That goes out also towards Mount Vernon from the Nashville, Illinois area, all the way out along 57. And then new tornado warnings for these areas here. We've called them out for a long time now, so hopefully people have taken this seriously. Irvington, Centralia, Sandoval, Carlisle, and Carlisle Lake. New tornado warnings now for Salem, Luca, and Kinmundy here in Illinois. Those are all along U.S. or Highway I-57. We have a few areas of rotation. One here near east of Bartelso. That's headed generally towards Centralia. A little bit of circulation here near Irvington still. We're starting to get a little further from the radar too, so we're not seeing these quite as good as earlier. Carlisle right here has some broad rotation headed towards Salem and Sandoval and Kinmundy. And then we're really pushing some radar. There is, let's see. There is still circulation here. It's been riding up on along I-70. It's now in the Vandalia area. That'll be headed up generally towards St. Elmo. If that holds together, Effingham, Watson, and Dietrich. Wouldn't be surprised to get another tornado warning for that area. Basically that whole next county past St. Elmo. There we're kind of on the edge of the radar, so it's really hard to see. There may be some other circulations in here up towards Ramsey and west to St. Elmo. It's the one here that's been riding kind of south of I-70 right now that has the best chance right now for an imminent tornado, but still weaker than it looks, although we're looking up pretty far in the radar. And then this area here, still showing strong rotation. It looked like it was maybe touching the ground for a scan or two, but this is an area rotation that's up towards Cowden and Herrick, and then headed towards Williamsburg Hill and Lakewood in Illinois. You can see this area of rotation was a lot stronger back here. This is where I thought for a scan or two on the CC that it looked like it touched the ground. There was a couple little CC drops in here. Right in here, we can see the CC, and it's not giving me the best look. Right here, when it was a little stronger, there was a CC drop right in that area, and a pretty tight area rotation. That area has shifted, maybe a couple areas of rotation. That area has shifted now into this area here between Cowden and Herrick, and east now of Oconee. There's also another circulation here near Herrick. They're kind of all pinwheeling around here. But these can easily flare up into tornadoes, so we need to take this whole area pretty seriously. This is pretty classic QLCS situation where we have, essentially it's made its own low pressure system. That's why we have a couple little areas of rotation that are carouseling around this part of the line. We have some storms out ahead of this line still, kind of feeding into this. It shows the moisture that's out ahead of this line. And then that's now trailed back all the way down to the areas around Chester. So we have essentially a pretty classic looking QLCS, damaging winds and embedded tornadic circulations, all possible here as this heads through areas here in central Illinois, west central Illinois, and then possibly down into southwest Illinois. So if you're out ahead of this line, you need to take these seriously. I mentioned earlier about those stronger storms that were up by the Springfield area. Those have continued to upscale as they crossed the Springfield area, now showing pretty good winds here. Hail isn't the big issue with these, but some strong winds here now east of I-55. That's pushed through Springfield. That is in general headed towards Decatur. You're out of this severe thunderstorm watch here or warning right now, but will likely get extended. Decatur up to Clinton. This is also in the Lincoln area, and then parts east of Springfield, Illinois along I-72. A damaging wind threat there. Let's see. Blue Mound, Rochester, Dawson. Moving through Lake Fork right now. Mount Pulaski right now. And then very quickly approaching Beeson, Chestnut, Latham, and Turnbridge. And then within a little bit here towards Decatur. That is moving east at 45. So let's just take this here. Oops. There we go. East at 45. And that'll put you into Decatur in about 20 to 25 minutes. So if you're along this area from Clinton down towards Decatur, that's about 20 to 25 minutes. Not seeing much right now in rotation, although it's hard to see because we're right over the radar site. But we'll have to watch that area. That should be a less favorable environment. Still seeing two areas of rotation here near this QLCS calm ahead. One here towards Lakewood, lifting up here, and then one towards Herrick. The Herrick one seems to be a little stronger at the moment, generally headed towards Cowden. And yeah, we can really get an idea of some strong rotation back here, likely touch the ground. But then there's new areas of circulation that pop up in place of that, and then we'll see how long they last, and there might be new circulations that'll pop up beyond those. But two areas here to watch, approaching Cowden and eventually Shelbyville here in Illinois. We are, I think, officially in a radar hole. Let's see, we can get these maybe from the Evansville radar. Still seeing it in here. We're at the extremes of basically 3 radars. But there is some rotation I'm still seeing in here now between Vandalia and St. Elmo, lifting up towards Effingham. Would not be surprised if Altamont, Watson, Dietrich, and Effingham are in a tornado warning pretty soon. And then further down, seeing rotation here between Carlisle and Sandoval. That's headed towards Sandoval, Salem, Luca, and Kinmundy. .70-mile-an-hour winds pushing out through Irvington and Nashville, Illinois right now. That's all headed towards Mount Vernon, Pinckneyville, DuQuoin. If you're out ahead of this part of the line, even though there's no tornado warnings, I would still be in lowest level interior room, away from doors and windows. Be ready to go into your full tornado action plan. And then, yeah, still seeing that on a couple different radars. Still seeing that areas of rotation here along St. Elmo, headed towards Watson, between St. Elmo and Vandalia. The area rotation mentioned earlier around Sparta has really broadened, so that area has been replaced with a severe thunderstorm warning, all headed towards Pinckneyville and DuQuoin. And then the severe thunderstorm warning that covered a lot of those individual cells down here near Farmington has been dropped. So good news down here in eastern Missouri right now is a lot of these cells, like near Viburnum and headed towards Farmington, have been on the downtrend, and you can see they've weakened. There is still the strong storm showing up here near Ironton, Missouri. This is lifting over towards Fredericktown along US 67. This has a bit of appendage too. It did show some rotation earlier. We can check. There is still some rotation in here along 21 south of Ironton. That's Missouri 21 south of Ironton. If that tightens up, we'll have to watch that as it heads towards Fredericktown. It's generally held pretty broad, although there's been points here where it's looked a little tighter. And then you can see it's broadened out. And then it does look a little tighter right now. But again, we're seeing this up at a pretty high level. A little bit of rotation in that storm back behind it as well. But mainly the big threat here is some large hail. This isn't the most populated area, but wouldn't be surprised to get some hail reports out of this here south of Ironton, headed towards Fredericktown. If you're out ahead of this one, Fredericktown and Marquand and anywhere along 67, in that area, you have a few minutes to put your car in the garage or a carport, and then also make sure you're inside, away from windows, and in an interior part of your structure. And also, high winds and hail don't get along either. They can combine to drive hail into structures and things. Still watching that area now, south and east of Sparta, headed towards Pinckneyville. Have to watch and make sure that doesn't tighten back up. Really strong winds now through Irvington and Nashville into Centralia. Still that rotation, Centralia, Sandoval over towards Salem and Luca. It does appear to be like the tornadic threat is reducing a little bit in this line, but it also could be that we're just far from the radar sites. So still seeing that rotation here near St. Elmo, headed up towards Watson. That's a tornado warning here near Vandalia. And then also the strongest signature right now seems to be that one near Cowden, lifting up towards Shelbyville. Another circulation was at north, also headed kind of towards the Shelbyville area, south of Pana in Illinois. Still just radar indicated between Herrick, Cowden, Williamsburg, Hill, and Lakewood. If that holds together, it'll be up into Clarksburg, Illinois, Shelbyville, and that area of Illinois here, southeast of Pana. Getting some really strong wind readings. And we're close to the radar, so we can see this pretty good here. So 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. That's coming down along I-72 towards the Decatur area, towards Clinton, along US 51 and I-72. This is between now Springfield and Decatur. Pretty strong Boeing segment here, severe warned here in Springfield, Illinois. That's some impressive wind right there. And then starting to get a few more scattered storms back here. These should be sub-severe. So for the most part, the St. Louis area should be done with organized storms. You may get some more showers and storms here. Same up towards Hannibal and then back towards Springfield, Illinois. The tornadic threat is south and east of St. Louis now. A big batch of storms now gone sub-severe, so that's good for the areas around Murray. This area I feel like has not moved that much, so worrying a little bit for flooding in this area here in western Kentucky near Tennessee. And this storm seems to be downtrending here. I would expect that this warning will be allowed to expire here in the Springfield, Tennessee area, now north of Nashville. Still seeing the cell. It's really close to the radar site, so it's going to be a little harder to see. But there's still an appendage on it. This was earlier warned for tornadoes as it came across the Mississippi Delta in Mississippi. There's still maybe a little rotation up in there. You can see right in this area here. but this is an area that's really close to the radar site, so we're going to get radar contamination. And we're not seeing it very good. You can still see that appendage. Also some hail up in here. Yeah, we're not going to see that very well. New severe thunderstorm warnings. So they're going to allow the tornado warnings to expire. We haven't had a confirmed tornado in a while. But this whole area from Flora up through Effingham and near Shelbyville needs to treat this like a tornado warning, be on the lowest level, interior room, away from doors, windows. If you're in a mobile home or a temporary structure in the Effingham area, I would go find a stable structure until this passes. We've had fleeting points here of circulation that quickly can spin up. One near St. Elmo, one near Cowden. And then some very strong winds here. Down from St. Elmo to Kinmundy, a little bit of circulation here between those 2 points as well as circulation here near Centralia and Sandoval, and a tornado warning for Salem, Kinmundy, and Luca in Illinois. A new warning covering 80-mile-an-hour winds. So this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. 80-mile-an-hour winds from Centralia and Irvington. This is also dangerous. It's along a north-south highway here by Dix in Illinois. This is north, and this is south here along 64 and 57. It's going to be a rough ride on 64, but I'm more worried about this here. We have winds very strong from the west. This is west, and this is east. And they are going to be hammering anyone that's driving along 57. So if you know anyone and they're a trucker or driving here a high-profile vehicle along 57, 64 here down by Mount Vernon, it's a good idea to pull it up and let these pass here. That wind profile is headed out from Centralia. It'll be along I-55 in just a matter of minutes here. Dix, Kell, Foxville, down towards Idlewood and Mount Vernon. Treat that like it's a tornado warning. If you're out in Texaco, Idlewood, Harmony, Stratton, Shields, Cravat, and Jefferson City, Illinois. It also looks like there's some 70-plus mile-an-hour winds along 57 near Kinmundy. And then also watching that rotation back towards Sandoval. Still rotation up here near Cowden. That's headed generally towards Shelbyville and Paradise. And then also some strong winds down the interstate here, 60-plus mile-an-hour winds near Decatur. Also watching a little bit of a rotation point in this line. Now with winds surging out here north and west of Decatur, right over the Latham area. This is a little bit an area that we have to watch. If it tightens up, that could warrant a tornado warning as well. And also seeing some really strong winds in here. There are some really strong winds pushing out towards the Decatur area. This is a little bit elevated, but it's still pretty close to the radar site, seeing 95-mile-an-hour winds. If any of that reaches the ground level, then that's just going to... It's not going to reach the ground level at 95, but especially areas here where we have those high wind readings, and then we also have some strong signatures for deep precipitation, that really can indicate that there's some strong winds reaching the ground here between Mount Pulaski, Latham. This is headed generally towards the Decatur area. Also watching that area rotation here near Latham. Latham, Hemmon, Warrensburg, Illinois, over towards Forsyth. And that area is going to get a tornado warning. So we've seen it here. Radar indicated tornado, that is 8 p.m. And it's a tornado producing possible over Latham. Moving east at 40. So that's going to be headed towards areas north sides of Decatur here. Forsyth, Maroa, Argenta, and Orina. Hopefully saying those names right, but this is north. If you're north of Decatur along 72, this tornado warning is for you. A rotation that's been picking up here. We saw it just before they issued the warning. We saw that rotation picking up near Latham. Just outside the warning is an area called Cisco, Oakley, Cerro Gordo. Be watching this one, and then north sides of Decatur, especially north of 72. This is the area that this covers here. That is headed towards Argenta and Forsyth. What I will do is take the leading edge and out at 40. So Warrensburg, Illinois, about 5 minutes or less. Forsyth, about 10 minutes. And Argenta, about 20 to 25 minutes. Area that's quickly wrapped up here. We can also check the CC on that. So the CC I think is old. This is likely clear air. Seeing that area rotation here now near east of Latham near Hemmon. Definitely a little bit tighter here near Latham. Yeah, I think we're seeing the clear air there. These rotation points along leading edges of line segments like this can be tricky to see a defined CC unless it's pretty tight. Yeah, that's clear air up in here. So we're not seeing the CC. The rotation point is just behind that. And not seeing anything in this area. So likely not on the ground at the moment, but it was a pretty tight area of rotation here near Latham, Illinois. And headed generally towards Argenta and Forsyth in about 15 to 20 minutes for those places. Just south of Maroa. And north sides of Decatur here, north of 72. Surging winds for this area here, south of Latham towards Harristown. Those are going to be coming into Decatur. I would be expecting another severe thunderstorm warning to go out ahead of this. Decatur, Long Creek, Mount Zion, and Oakley likely would be in a severe thunderstorm warning here in the next couple minutes. It's a pretty strong cell here. Still just radar indicated. Watching it closely though, and now approaching the Warrensburg area. It has broadened. And unfortunately we already have a damage indicator. Trees blown down here in Latham. It's going to be hard to tell if that was a tornado or high winds because this area all has really high winds showing up above 60 to 70 miles an hour. At one point that area rotation had 92, but that was right in the rotation area. So they're warning now, like I just mentioned, they're going to warn out ahead of this. This includes Decatur proper, Cerro Gordo, Monticello, Illinois, north side's Mount Zion, up towards Clinton, Illinois. This whole area has 70 to 74 mile an hour winds, and a possible tornado here near Latham and Warrensburg in Illinois. So no confirmation yet. Still just radar indicated. But we can definitely take a look again and see if there's anything showing. It's going to be pretty messy to see this. Alright, let's see here. Everything's updated at once, so maybe I'll see if there's something in here. Near Warrensburg and Latham, that is our velocity. That is the reflectivity. Not seeing anything definitive. Check this area out a little bit more. Reflectivity. No, that's going to be some clear air there. So I don't think seeing anything on the ground at the moment. Now it'd be over here. This is moving pretty fast. I don't think we're seeing anything on the ground at the moment, and the National Weather Service is also indicating radar indicated. But some still damaging winds. If you're outside of that tornado warning or inside of it, still damaging winds. Now I have a tornado possible tag on this whole line, really, from Pinckneyville up to Mount Vernon. Mount Vernon has an area that was warned for 70 mile an hour winds. It was being warned for 80. That is approaching Mount Vernon right now. Along I-64 and I-57. It's a dangerous drive along I-57 right now. And then areas of rotation still showing here near Kinmundy and Sandoval and Salem. Those are generally moving towards Luca. And Kinmundy now, please be in your safe spaces here. Still radar indicated. And we're getting farther from the radar site, so it's going to be hard to confirm these. Not seeing any CC, but that doesn't mean that there's not a tornado on the ground. And when I say stuff like that, it's because if you watched my stream yesterday, I kind of showed it. When we're closer to the radar site, we may be seeing the storm like this. If there's a tornado in circulation down here picking up debris and we're close to the radar site, we can catch it at, 4,000 feet, something like that. But if we're far from the radar site, we may be catching it at 6,000 to 10,000 feet. So there may be a tornado going on and just not lifting the debris up to the 10,000 or 6,000 foot mark that we would be seeing it. So especially further from the radar site, the CC becomes just another tool. We really have to look for other clues, and then beyond that have to get ground truth. And we're kind of at that point here for some of these areas here near Salem and Kinmundy, out eventually along US 50 towards Luca and Xenia in Illinois. And then beyond the tornado threat, there is 70, 80 mile an hour wind threat. That's coming up through areas here now east of Kinmundy, Okaloosa, towards Louisville, Illinois, Edgewood, and then quickly approaching Effingham, Watson, and Dietrich. Still a little bit of circulation in here between Altamont, headed towards Effingham. And then also severe thunderstorms up north of Effingham from Shelbyville, close to Mattoon, Illinois. Checking back in on our tornado warned storm here in central Illinois, now north sides of Decatur. It's a broad circulation compared to what it was during when it was first warned here over Latham. That storm has now moved across like this. Still tornado warning includes Emory, Marora, Forsyth, Orena, and Argenta here in Illinois. If you're in the Decatur area north of I-72, and then the Warrensburg area, now your tornado threat has diminished, but you're in an area here of really strong winds, so I would suggest staying hunkered down. More broadly, a new severe thunderstorm warning covers downtown Decatur. You're going to get the high winds here in just about a minute or two. And then Mount Zion, Cerro Gordo, Monticello, up towards the Clinton area in Illinois. This is also running down 72, White Heath, DeLand, Weldon, and Cisco are also in that severe thunderstorm warning. Still seeing that area rotation, now approaching Emory and Forsyth, headed pretty much center line towards Argenta right now. And that is also, if it holds together, would be in the Cisco area. So especially Forsyth, Emory, Orenia, and Argenta, please be in your safe spaces. On the south side of Maroa, still have a pretty tight circulation here. And beyond that, some very strong severe thunderstorm winds coming towards all these areas. Checking the CC versus maybe something in here. We have to check a scan or two and see. It's moving so fast, it's hard to see all of the radars in one spot together. But that would be moving over now towards the Emory area immediately. And this is along US 51, just on the north side of Forsyth, north of Decatur here. Possible tornado crossing 51 near Emory, headed towards Argenta. Have to wait till the radar updates here. Hesitant to say it's anything because the CC and the reflectivity are a little bit off from the velocity. So still can't really confirm anything in here. And same with the weather service. They're still saying it's a radar indicated tornado. Yeah, not seeing any CC values that are lower here. Now that I think the velocity and everything has caught up. Yeah, that gives me a little better indicator here that this little area here was clear air. Now that everything has caught up. Still pretty tight circulation though, right around the Emory area, headed towards Argenta. And then I have to check, we have some new tornado warnings. The area that I was mentioning earlier, Watson, we've seen this circulation that's been pretty steady. Hasn't been super tight, but it's been holding its own, essentially riding south of I-70. That is still holding together here, and it's coming into Effingham, Dietrich, Watson, and then extending out here a tornado warning for Newton, Illinois. You can see if there's any indication that it's closer to the ground or not. Now, just extensive straight line winds and a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. I wanted to check the warning to see if there was a spotter that may have said it was a funnel or something closer. We haven't had much reports out here, but and we're far from the radar sites, all three of them that are the closest radar sites. So we're not getting a great look at the ground level here. So unless it's a really strong tornado, we're not going to get a very good look at CC. But that signature is coming up on the south side of Effingham, and then towards Dietrich, Newton, Effingham, and right now in the Watson area here in Illinois. Still showing pretty good, especially for how far away from the radar site we are. Salem, Illinois, and just points to the east towards Kimundi and Luca. are still in a tornado warning for a decent circulation. Hard to confirm anything there, too. It's still far from the radar site. That area of rotation is generally following US 50. If that extends out, it'll be towards Louisville and Flora. More immediately, and that part of the line, Louisville and points north in Illinois, have some damaging winds. We're going to see, I think, a lot of damaging wind reports out of this part of the line, from Watson down to Louisville. And then areas that had PDS, severe thunderstorm warnings for 80-mile-an-hour winds earlier, they have a tornado possible tag still on them. 70-mile-an-hour winds. That's coming through Mount Vernon, Dix right now. And still seeing some really strong winds in here. That's going to be headed along US, or no, that's Illinois 15, and then I-64, Mill Shoals, Wayne City, Bluford, towards Fairview, McLeansboro, Spring Garden. All a very significant damaging wind threat coming out through central Illinois at the moment. So just down to 3 tornado warnings. One here near Effingham and Jasper counties. One near Macon County, Illinois. Still seeing a pretty pronounced signature here now east of Emory, lifting up towards Argenta. If the warning gets extended, Cisco and Armenia would be next in line. I also want to see if it still shows radar indicated, so good sign here. And that velocity scan is out ahead of the reflectivity scan, so I'm not getting a great look at it at the moment. But that storm has really wrapped itself up. It was a bit of a Boeing line segment now. You can see the rotation in here with the shape of this storm here as it's getting inflow like this and then surging out here on the southern end. So a damaging storm here between Clinton and Decatur down towards Mount Zion, Cerro Gordo, and Monticello out in Illinois. Beyond the tornado threat, this is a pretty damaging wind threat here. And we're still not going to get a great look at it. Okay, everything's caught up again, so let's see if we can see it. So tornado would be sitting here. Reflectivity looks like it's there. There's, I think, some contamination in here, so it's really hard to tell what that is. There's also some clear air in here, so that could be some clear air contamination. There's probably some type of hail shadow that's blocking us up here. So with those purples, this is almost a situation where everything is lined up. The signature for the rotation, there's likely some heavy precip and hail in here, and it all lines up with the radar site and is giving this weird CC contamination thing. So just we'll have to wait a little bit longer to see into that rotation a little more. Either way, still very strong signature here coming up towards Argenta right now between Emory and Argenta. That's going to be moving towards Cisco and Armenia. If you're in the Decatur, Illinois area, you have strong winds gusting into your area. The strongest part of the storm looks like it may go north of you guys, but still some strong winds likely in Decatur, Oakley, Long Creek, and Mount Zion over towards Cerro Gordo, Bemet, and Monticello, Whiteheath, DeLand, and Weldon. More concern, though, for the tornadic threat, and then the higher winds are up in here as well. Checking in on Effingham, still seeing some signs of rotation here between Watson and Dietrich, headed towards Wheeler, Newton, Rose Hill, Hidalgo, and south sides of Effingham, with the strong to severe thunderstorm winds also reaching along that line from Effingham down to Bible Grove, Louisville, Xenia. Another tornado warned area here by Luca, Illinois along US 50. That's going to be generally headed up towards Xenia, Flora, Clay City. And then more severe thunderstorm wind threats towards Johnsonville, Sisney, Fairview, or Fairfield, Sims, Keys, Blueford, now through Mount Vernon right now towards Bell River, Dahlgren, Belle Prairie, Mill Shoals, McLeansboro, approaching Cesar and DeCoin right now, and that'll approach Benton and West Frankfort along I-57. There's also a tornado possible tag in that. Maybe some circulation here south of Mount Vernon towards Spring Garden. Have to watch that area. And then our storm here back in the Ozarks, now south of Ironton. The storm still has a sizable hail signature, maybe up to 2-inch hail, now coming towards Fredericton and Marquand, now south and east of Ironton. The storm has also showed rotation at points. It has broad rotation, not as strong as it was a few minutes ago. When we looked at it last, it had a little tighter rotation south of Ironton. It's still being warned for a tornado possible, as it had a decently strong rotation for a while. That seems to be weakening at the moment. It's getting some interaction from some other storms here. Otherwise, they've trimmed a lot of this watch along 44, so Joplin, Springfield, up towards Jefferson City, Sedalia, Columbia, Missouri, Wentzville, and downtown St. Louis, all clear of a severe weather threat tonight. Rogers and Bella Vista in northern Arkansas are clear. Probably just another couple minutes here for Fayetteville and Springdale. You can see there are a little bit of storms trying to fire, but they just have not fired in this area here. It's more of an isolated threat for southwest Missouri into western Arkansas and then southeast Oklahoma. DFW has also been trimmed a little bit. Still possibly a severe threat here between Dallas and Tyler, Texas. We'll have to see if anything else fires. It's again an isolated threat down here. Finally, the storms are sub-severe as they came through San Saba and Lometa and Lampasas. It looks like they are dying off now that they are getting into sunset. We can see especially that cell here towards Lampasas just fizzled away. And then still some hail threats here south of San Saba. Also some possible flood threats. These storms don't seem to be moving that much right now. Towards Llano and Stoltz in Texas. These storms drifting around the hill country have had a history of over 2-inch hail. And the one was warned for a tornado around Lometa down to Lampasas. Interested to see what the velocity looks like. So it did have some, and then it's just completely just disappeared along with the cell itself as it's come between Lometa and Lampasas, Texas. So what's left of it might be getting a drop or two of rain around Kempner. Still have to watch for any isolated severe development around here in the hill country. Wouldn't be surprised if these get warned again, if they upscale. Still some pretty good hail signatures in there. A very big storm. Actually, a few big storms here. Hailstorms. They are in the hills in Mexico, west of Laredo. And not really moving at all, so I don't think they're going to be a threat towards Laredo. A small area of the severe thunderstorm watch in central Mississippi still. A pretty strong storm now coming towards Meridian, Mississippi. It looks like the storms in the Jackson area have also faded away with sunset. This one was originally a tornado warned storm way back here by Cary and Rolling Fork. It has fallen apart now northeast of Jackson near Forest. This storm, though, is still has some intensity here as it's swinging through Decatur. It's also getting closer to the I-20 corridor, and actually it does seem to have a higher reflectivity than it did before. It's being warned for pea-sized hail and 50-mile-an-hour winds. That's headed generally down towards the Meridian, Mississippi area. So that is one to watch. Not much in the way of rotation here, but it did have a little bit back further in Decatur. So we'll watch that one. That one may get a severe thunderstorm warning if it continues to upscale. Still three tornado warned storms. One near Decatur, Illinois. They're all in Illinois right now. All the tornado warnings, all three of them are in Illinois, and all are currently radar indicated. We will go through all three of those. Definitely more broad than it was earlier, but circulation would be up here between Argenta and Cisco. We'll see if they continue the warning or not. It definitely had more pronounced rotation back towards Forsyth and Latham, and they are going to let that warning expire. So you can see even back here west of Argenta, it had a bit of a stronger signature, and then near the Forsyth and Emory area also had a bit higher of a signature. This is going to be a damaging wind threat regardless of a tornado. Regardless of a tornado, we have a damaging wind threat north and east of Decatur now, Cerro Gordo, Argenta right now, and then Monticello in a matter of minutes. If that damaging wind threat holds together, it'll be into the Urbana area in Illinois. And I will take this out here. 70-mile-an-hour winds. Train spotters have confirmed the 70-mile-an-hour winds. So this is more than just radar indicated. We saw on radar, though, some very high winds and pretty close to the radar site. So thanks. I just noticed there's some comments in the chat. Thanks for comments. We're really focused in on central Illinois at the moment for a number of tornado warnings, and then a very significant QLCS high wind threat. 70-mile-an-hour winds, train spotters reported that. And let's see here, moving east at 45. So I would like to take out, I'm going to take the leading edge. Let's do this. Like that. And then up like that. If it holds together, I want to see how far away from Urbana this is. Cerro Gordo, you're basically in it here in the next 5 minutes. And then Weldon in 10. Monticello in about 10 to 15. And if it holds together with the strong winds, it's going to be into Tolano in about a half hour. And then Champaign, Illinois, and Urbana in about 35 minutes. So if you're out ahead of this in the Urbana area, or if you have some students that go to the university there, you may just want to give them a heads up. Let them know that there's a severe thunderstorm here headed their way. 70-mile-an-hour winds, easy coming down this highway here towards Monticello along 72. Getting a bunch of extensions here. We're getting an extension of the severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. This is for a few areas of rotation. One here that is tornado warned is near Dietrich. Looks like there might be another one in here south of Paradise. But this leading edge has had some quick spin-up tornado circulations. Back near St. Louis, it had a few confirmed damaging circulations. This tornado warning still continues here for Newton and Dietrich. If it doesn't get extended, it's the tornado possible for Oblong and Robinson. This severe thunderstorm warning also is, checking it, 60-mile-an-hour winds and some quarter-size hail, but that's going to include Greenup, Casey, Martinsville, Marshall, all along I-70, Hutton, and then the areas just south of Charleston, Illinois, Robinson, York, Oblong, and Newton in Illinois. That extends also out to the Illinois and Indiana state line here, the Wabash River. So areas just to the west of Terre Haute are into this warning as well. We're in a bit of a radar hole, so it's tough to see these storms down here near Charleston and Effingham. Still seeing on the couple of radars that are the closest, there is some circulation in here by Dietrich and Wheeler. And then also a little circulation up here just south of Paradise. That's likely one of the tornado possible tags. Yeah, it's kind of riding up along 57 here. You can see it right in this area here towards Neoga. And then south of Paradise. A little rotation in here. Not as strong as rotation that we've seen earlier, but one to watch here as it lifts up towards Paradise and Lerna along 57. Still strong winds coming down the interstate here near Cisco. A little bit of broad rotation hanging on from that earlier rotation point. Mostly here the threat is damaging winds up to 70 mile an hour coming down Argenta, Cisco over towards Monticello. That holds together further down 72 to Champaign-Urbana. And then our tornado warnings have expired in the southern part of this line. Still though, damaging wind threat, 70 plus mile an hour winds. That's headed from Mount Vernon down to Benton and over towards Fairfield in Illinois. Wayne City, Mill Shoals, McLeansboro, Benton, West Frankfort, DuQuoin, and Pinckneyville are in it right now. And then we also have an extension of the warning over here in southeast Missouri. Tornado possible and close to 2-inch hail. That's headed between Fredericktown and Marquand. That's drifting southeast if that holds together towards Marble Hill. Also Cedricville here in the Ozarks. Bit of rotation still showing up at points. You can see the hail in here along US 67. And then the rotation is still holding here. It's come across south of Ironton and along Missouri 21. Rotation here is approaching US 67 at the moment. It's been fairly broad and weak. It has definitely not been what we've seen in other parts of the storm. It was tighter though, up closer to Ironton, south of Ironton. Still far from the radar site though. And then there's a little broad rotation also in the storm that's now severe warned by Annapolis and Des Arc. This is also east of Centerville in Missouri. Still some hail also likely up in this storm. So a couple hailstorms going pretty strong here in the, I think that's the St. Francis Mountains, part of the Ozarks. You can see if this is another area here in south central Missouri that has a bit of a radar hole. Still seeing that rotation in this storm here south of Fredericton, and a little bit of that broad rotation here in Annapolis from a couple different radars. Looks like they show best on the St. Louis radar. So still one there, and then also a broad rotation here by Annapolis. They're drifting southeast in some less populated areas, but still there's some people out here, so especially along US 67. Right now storms have weakened significantly in the Farmington area. Still some more storms coming through in St. Louis County right now. Just a bunch of scattered showers and storms. This is behind the front. So these are all going to stay sub-severe. A little bit of lightning and some gusty winds maybe in a few of these. But the real severe threat here is approaching now the Indiana state line. You can see this QLCS here. You can see it's kind of developed its own low pressure system, and then storms extend south of that with a damaging wind threat that's generally headed towards the Indiana and Illinois state line. Some embedded areas of rotation. At least at the moment, the rotation has gone down a little bit. Just looking at some of the reflectivity, there's probably one right there that's worth watching. Yeah, there's a little area of rotation in here near west of Fairfield that's worth watching. Still some rotation near the Flora area. It's broad though. Also, you just have to watch these QLCSs. There's these little notches that can quickly develop some intense rotation. And that's why these are all being extended out for tornado possible and damaging winds and some small hail in some of the storms. Up towards Oblong and Dietrich and Newton. Still a little bit of rotation here east of Wheeler, between Wheeler and Rose Hill. That looks weaker than it has before, which is a good sign. Yeah, we can see it earlier here near Dietrich and Wheeler. Still in here, but it's still a bit of a broad rotation. I would guess that this warning will be just held on for the next 12 minutes and then taken over by this larger severe thunderstorm tornado possible tag. Still watching damaging wind threat come through the Monticello area here, now between Decatur and Urbana. The storm looks a little less healthy than it did earlier, but still some wind threat up in here. Especially its northern part of the storm up in this area along 72, watching that as it comes towards Urbana. Storms north of I-72 have really not been severe, but there's a bunch of embedded storms, thunder and lightning towards Bloomington and points north. Even up towards the south side of Chicago is going to get some rain and maybe some embedded storms. And then still watching these storms here near Fredericton or Fredericktown. We're going to get the best look for the rotation here out of St. Louis. Still broad rotation in both of these storms. So these are both tornado possible severe thunderstorm tags. More importantly, the hail, and we can see that confirmed in the CC. So we can see a pretty big hail core here, right approaching 67, also sliding towards Marquand, and then also a fairly sizable hail core right over the Annapolis area. That should be sliding south and east also towards 67. Let's see, that is generally towards the Coldwater, Shelton Ford, Minimum, Des Arc, Vulcan, Annapolis. And then hail core right now over Zion, headed towards Marquand and Klendick, Cherokee Pass, and Central here in Missouri. That is a pretty strong hail signature showing up here coming into Zion. And then rotation is kind of over this Zion area as well. That's going to be sliding south, likely south of Marquand with any tornado threat. Still a couple stronger storms near Nashville. Those are lifting north towards Russellville, Kentucky. Sub-severe here at the moment, and then storms fading now east of Benton in Kentucky. Also want to check on this storm here near Meridian, Mississippi. Still showing a decent hail core. It doesn't look as healthy as it was earlier. When we saw it here over Decatur, it was looking pretty structured, and then now it's a lot less structured, and we're also seeing the the bright purples and pinks decrease a little bit. So a good sign that there's not a big hail core in here and it's not upscaling. Still some strong winds and maybe some small hail headed towards the Meridian, Mississippi area. And then we had new organization down in this cell here that's south of Bradley and San Saba, approaching Llano and Stoltz. This area has had storms for most of the evening. A little bit of broad rotation also in this cell, but these cells down in this part of the hill country of Texas have pretty consistently had 2-inch hail and some gusty winds. I'm guessing that's what it's kind of being warned for right now. Yeah, 1.5-inch hail, that's ping pong ball size. And that's approaching Field Creek and Valley Springs. For ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Still possible to get a few storms developing in the Dallas area. Most of the threat would be now east side of Dallas. Also watching for isolated storm development here. This storm may be one to watch for some development. You can see its lightning signatures are picking up in the last couple scans here. Well, lightning picking up often means that there's a good updraft and the storm is growing. So we can also check that a couple different ways. We can check its echo top. So you can see there wasn't much here a couple scans back. And then now we're seeing a few more of these brighter returns. That's indicating it's an echo top close to 40,000 feet, about 38,000 feet. So flight level for commercial aircraft, which means this is a storm to watch. It's all on its own here in southeast Oklahoma, approaching the Arkansas state line here near Mena, Arkansas and Hatfield, Arkansas. It's not severe warned at the moment, but it does have increase in the lightning activity here, so it's one to watch if it can get its act together. Also, another storm here near Diamond City is also upscaling a bit. Watching for a little bit more isolated development here in western Arkansas. And then approaching, now we've had extensions of the severe thunderstorm warning here. Coming through Marquand, this is going to be for Bollinger County in southeast Missouri until 9 o'clock Central Time. It's located near Buckhorn and moving east at 30. Warned for tornado possible, 60-mile-an-hour winds. And still has some rotation in here, right in the area along 67. Near Zion. Back here we have a giant area of severe thunderstorm winds. This is approaching the Illinois and Indiana state line. If it holds together, it'll be headed towards the Evansville, Indiana area, Mount Vernon, and Henderson, Kentucky. Also Mount Carmel and Princeton in Indiana. Right now that severe wind is along 64 near Fairfield. We were watching a little circulation near Fairfield earlier. It looks a little weaker now. Yeah, there was a little bit back closer to Wayne City. And points back. Still a little bit here south of Florida to watch. But it looks like the tornadic threat is decreasing. And then one tornado warning still ongoing. You can see the rotation here by Wheeler and Rose Hill. That area is now really broad near Rose Hill. This tornado warning expires in 5 minutes, and I'm guessing they're just going to let that expire. A larger area here from Charleston, Mattoon to the Indiana state line on the west side of Terre Haute, down through Robinson. This is all severe thunderstorm wind and also some tornado possible tags. Yeah, it still has that. Hail is not the big threat right now, as this line is approaching the Indiana state line. It's looking a little less severe in the reflectivity on this radar presentation. Still a strong cell here out ahead of the line, just north of Oblong and Robinson. That may have some hail in it right here, approaching Orange and Melrose. So watching that part of the line, looks like the storm has weakened now as it's come along near Monticello. So we're not seeing the strong winds like we were earlier, and not seeing the rotation like we did earlier. You can see back here we had a decent circulation. Maybe a couple times it touched the ground between Argenta and Latham. But either way, we had signature for tornado, and then also some very strong winds. Those have really gusted out, and they've even dropped the severe thunderstorm warning there. So that's good to see. I don't think we're going to get much in severe thunderstorms north of, especially north of 72. That would be Rantoul, Bloomington, Urbana, Danville, Lafayette, Indiana, and then later tonight towards the Indianapolis, Indiana area. I don't think we're going to get much in the way of severe weather up in central Illinois. And then certainly if anyone's in the Chicago area, not severe weather is not expected in Chicago. Just some general rain and maybe some thunder. St. Louis still has some scattered storms and showers, but none are severe. Right now it looks like the strongest part of the line is this southern part from the areas around Newton down towards just north of Carbondale. That includes McLeansboro. That's going to be headed your direction here. And we have a new severe thunderstorm warning that comes out to cover Princeton, Oakland City, Fort Branch. That's now in Indiana. And then Grayville, Mill Shoals, Albion, Mount Carmel, West Salem, Lawrenceville and Bridgeport in Illinois. Likely Vincennes on the Indiana side of the Wabash will likely get a severe thunderstorm warning at some point here. So if you're in the Vincennes area along US 50 and especially into the Illinois side, you're all in a significant severe thunderstorm warning with 60-mile-an-hour winds and tornado possible. 70-mile-an-hour winds are possible in the storm here between Mill Shoals and Fairfield and Mount Vernon. That is a significant amount of wind that's headed towards the Evansville, Indiana area. And then also watching storms, getting an extension of the warning for the storm around Annapolis. They both have some weak circulations as they are drifting southeast, not nearly at the forward momentum as our line of storms. At 35 is what we're calling these, and 30 for the storm to the north. It does have some rotation still around the Zion area. What is going on here? Okay, it is moving. I guess Zion has just been its closest town for a while, but some broad rotation along US 67, Cherokee Pass, Zion, Clendick, and Marquand are next in line for that part of the storm. And also pretty big hail here between Cherokee Village and Marquand. And we've seen that hail signature hold together. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some hail reports, especially west of this part of the storm. Storms are back building here a little bit towards the Ellington area and Piedmont. We have to watch this. We have to watch this as it's in the severe thunderstorm watch area. We have to watch that it doesn't form another QLCS cluster. Not much in severe weather here in western Arkansas. Still some storms down here in southeast Oklahoma that are worth watching. Nothing around the DFW area. And also, we have, for the first time in a while, no tornado warnings. 10 severe thunderstorm warnings and a couple special weather statements right now. So that's impressive. We have no tornado warnings here at the moment. I want to see if we can get any updates from the St. Louis area. Wow, there's definitely some storms we can repost on the Twitter. Earlier near Palmyra. You can definitely see where those rotations were. Some large hail. Yeah, we called some of those storms too near Barr, Illinois. I want to check in on one of the damaging tornadoes we saw near High Ridge on radar and see if there's any update. Not seeing any update at the moment, but we can try and get some later. So definitely a pretty extreme day here for this QLCS system. You can really see it here on the now on the infrared satellite, but that is some system here. Even you can see the storms here north of Nashville, a few of these storms here trying to get going in western Arkansas, and then a couple of these big hailstorms down in the hill country and then down into Mexico. That is impressive. So just to recap, if you're just tuning in, we have a pretty strong QLCS. Like the models indicated, this one had a little more tornadoes than I thought. It's developed basically over St. Louis and then is now moving through southern and eastern Illinois, about to cross into Indiana. Severe thunderstorm warnings for some very damaging winds are basically from Evansville all the way up to the Terre Haute area in Indiana, and then the areas west of there in the counties that border Indiana in Illinois. This will likely continue to get extended out for eventually Bloomington and Owensboro and Evansville. Then we have severe thunderstorms producing hail down here in the Ozarks and St. Francis Mountains. They're drifting south, southeast towards the Boot Hill, Missouri, and the areas here where Illinois, Kentucky, and Missouri meet. And then, real quickly, watching for any isolated development from Fayetteville, Fort Smith, all the way to the areas east of Dallas. A big hailstorm in the hill country approaching Llano, Texas. And then I do want to get into that storm that we've been watching for hours now, as it's been from Viburnum south of Ironton, now has a tornado warning for a tornado and golf ball size hail. And it does appear like it is a bit more organized than it was. You can see it in here. It was a little more discreet earlier. It's had some interaction with this cell down by Annapolis and Des Arc that also has a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. This is drifting towards Marble Hill eventually. But let's get in here. We've likely had the rotation tighten up. Oh, and we have. It's been a rotation that I've been following for a while near Zion. It's likely going to be south of Marquand. It's now just east of Zion and east of US 67. Not any towns, I don't think, directly in this. So if you know you live in this area, it's between Zion, Klondike, and Marquand to the north and west, and then Buckhorn and Albright to the south and west of Grisham. It's along and east of US 67 and north and west of M. Missouri has state routes that are also labeled as letters. Few states do that. Missouri is one of them. So this is State Route M, goes up to Marquand and down to Buckhorn, and then 67 here in Zion. The rotation is right up in that area, east side of Zion. Pretty far from the radar site, so I don't know if we're going to get much in the CC. We are continuing to get the hail signature that shows up in the CC. That's from Zion, Klondike, and Marquand. We can also see the hail signature of the storms to the south near Annapolis. So still some pretty good hail showing up in these storms. Yeah, now east of Annapolis, north of Des Arc, and then stretching out Marquand, Klondike, and near the Zion area now. If there is a tornado, it would be sitting up here, just south of that. And we're not really going to get much here, unless it's a really strong tornado. Rotation does seem to be a little tighter than it is. So if you're in the areas here north of Buckhorn, north of Albright, and Marquand and points south, also then east of Zion, I do want you to get into your tornado safe space. Lowest interior room of your sturdy structure. So that's away from doors, windows, and the outside. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And basement or tornado shelter are obviously better than that. Lowest level, first floor, tends to be a hallway, a bathroom, or a closet that's in that interior section of your house or building. If you're out in front of this towards Grisham or Albright or even Marquand, and you are in a mobile home or a camping trailer or a shed, permanent like work structure like a garage, and you're out there working right now, please take this seriously. And woo, the velocities have come up on this. We just got those last scans in, and that is looking impressive here, especially for how far away from the radar site we are. This may be upper level, some pretty serious rotation. This is now approaching M, north side of Buckhorn. So Buckhorn, Albright, over to Marquand. Want you to be in your safe space. Grisham, start headed to the lower floors, and then be ready to do your tornado action plan here if this warning gets extended. Let's take a look here and see if we have any CC. So it'd be right in here. Still not seeing anything here in the CC. There's a couple lower values, but that could just be some of the hail contamination up in here. We'll have to wait and get a couple scans here to see what that looks like. But if we see a big drop in values right here, then we know there's a tornado on the ground. If there's not a tornado on the ground at the moment, this is pretty serious rotation, at least in the mid or upper levels of this thunderstorm, and that can easily translate to the ground level. You're not going to likely see this. This is a pretty HP cell. There's a lot of heavy rain and hail out in front of this. If a storm spotter is out in front of this, they may be able to see like a rain curtain wrapping in, but they probably wouldn't see the actual funnel, and that would be somewhere like down by Buckholtz. They might be able to see the rain wrapping around the circulation, but you're not going to see a photogenic tornado out of this, very likely. But a very strong signature now picking up here south of Marquand and east of Zion, north of Buckholtz, here in southeast Missouri. Also on north side of Albright, between Albright and Marquand and Klondike. We're getting an extension now, radar indicated tornado. This is going to cover a wider area. This covers all the areas around Marble Hill, as well as areas down towards Drum, Hahn, Buchanan, Grassy, Huxley, Leopold, Laughlin, Husky, Marble Hill, Glen Allen, and Cascade, all in Missouri. A pretty large warning. Also, it includes Grisham. We talked about you guys earlier to get onto that low level and then be ready to take your tornado action plan. Now it's time to take that tornado action plan. Shrum, and then just south of Scopus. They may... So they have it warned all the way down here. They may be warning in case this cell to the south has some rotation on it, and in case that moves into your area. Otherwise, they're just warning this whole area more broadly. But especially, I would say, the northern half of this warning, which unfortunately I think includes the more people around the Marble Hill area, really need to take this seriously. Still, if you're on the south side of this warning area, you may be taking a look and thinking you're far away from this circulation. It's a strong circulation, so that's a problem there. But also, there is a weaker circulation down here coming across 67. It's in a similar environment to the storm that we have here south of Marquand. So watching this very closely. More immediately, though, areas from Buckhorn, Albright, Grisham, Glen Allen over to Marble Hill and Husky need to be taking their tornado safety precautions. Also Marquand, especially south side of Marquand. Let's see if we can get a CC drop on this. Radar has not updated yet, but should in just a couple minutes here. So we're... Ooh, that's close. I think we have a tornado on the ground, but it's going to be hard to verify. Okay, so that's maybe some hail back in here. This circulation is really close to the hail core. So waiting on... Waiting on an update for the velocity. We'll see where this has moved. We got an update on the CC. It's showing some lower values between Zion and M, but not sure. That's a little bit back further. Okay, so right in here is where we'd be looking for CC. So still nothing there in the CC. It's been a little weird today. The velocity and the reflectivity and the CC have all updated at a little bit different points. But we'd be looking right in this area here and not seeing anything to confirm. That doesn't mean it's not touching the ground. This is another case here where we're far from the radar site. So again, we could be seeing the storm and there could be a tornado down here, but we're shooting it at a radar site, and up here we're just seeing the rotation. So this far away from the radar site, you need to definitely take tornado warnings seriously, even if they just say radar indicated. That was some pretty strong rotation that we've seen here. Seeing a few lower values like we did in the other scan, but I can't conclusively say that's a debris ball or anything, but a few lower values around the area where there's the rotation. That could be something. But at this distance from the radar, we're not going to get good clarity on that. I want to check in to this cell. So you can see it had rotation here, a little stronger near Annapolis. It still has broad rotation, but it stayed pretty broad. This one has definitely peaked over here. It's had broad rotation for a while as it's come across Zion, but started to tighten up a little bit around the Zion area, and then especially south and east of Zion. A little bit broader again, as right now it's between Marquand and Buckhorn and Albright. Please be in your safe spaces here between Marquand, Buckhorn, and Albright, and then towards Grisham and Glen Allen. And next in line for a sizable town is Marble Hill, Missouri here. So if this holds together and tightens back up, Marble Hill is about center line with this thing. And we can get some timing on this. This is moving east at 20. So moving east at 20. It's moving a little more southeast, but so I'll tag it out like this. That puts it in Glen Allen in about half hour, Marble Hill about a half hour to 35 minutes, and then if that continues holding together, about 45 minutes to Leopold. In addition to that, north of the circulation up towards Marquand, there's some pretty good hail. That's going to continue to slide across the northern part of this tornado warning. That's also coming towards Grisham, Shrum, Hurricane, Scopus, and Bessville, all in Missouri. The line is starting to develop a little further south. We have to watch and make sure there's not another QLCS threat here if this gets developed. Some stronger storms here south of Eminence along US 60 and also north of Mountain View. Those are definitely worth watching with some hail cores already. And then they're going to be moving into a bit of favorable environment as well. Still want to check a few storms here, sub-severe near Russellville and Bowling Green in Kentucky. They're trying, but they've stayed sub-severe. More importantly, 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1-inch hail. This has stretched out now to the areas just to the west side of Evansville. And then 70-mile-an-hour winds coming down I-64. That's approaching Grayville, Mount Carmel, Princeton, Indiana, Fort Branch, Armstrong, Indiana, Oakland City, right now through West Salem. And then further up the line, areas in Vincennes. You guys did get extended into a new warning. Vincennes over to Washington, Indiana, Bicknell, Lawrenceville coming into you more immediately. Further up the line, right now, storms going through Robinson and York and Prairie Creek, headed towards Clay City, Jasonville, Cass, Linton, Sullivan, Indiana, and then areas west of Worthington, Indiana. That line also extends up into the Terre Haute area. Strong storms through Marshall and Prairie Creek. They're pushing towards Terre Haute. And a severe thunderstorm warning basically south of I-70 at the moment. If you're in Terre Haute, you're probably going to get some strong winds out of this. But the stronger winds are down further south. Hudsonville, a bit of a circulation right here that we need to watch. That's approaching a Hudsonville, York, Sullivan, Shelburne on the Indiana side. This line has produced quick spin-ups, and it can produce more. So I think most of this severe thunderstorm warning is also tornado possible. Watching this area here near Hudsonville. And also approaching York. Not seeing anything on the CC, but that's an area to watch here with the circulation like that, and then pulling in some fresh inflow there by York. I just want to take a look at that line a little bit more. Yeah, you can see quickly there's not much here, just a little bit of broad spin, and then how quickly that in a couple frames has spun up, but then the last frame has disappeared. So that's the problem with QLCS systems, and that's why there's a tornado possible tag on a lot of this warning, is because there are little circulations in here. Another one likely west of York that can quickly spin up and produce a tornado, and then within a minute or two that's over. Very hard. Line does not seem to be as tornadic down on this part right now. This is mostly just surging winds along I-70 or along I-64. Do have to watch little notches like this here near Belmont. And yeah, a little bit of rotation also here near Belmont. That would be lifting up towards Mount Carmel and White River. That's one to watch between Albion and Mount Carmel. Still on the Illinois side. This is Illinois and Indiana right here. So this is Indiana and this is Illinois. Near the Belmont area right now. Pretty close to the radar site. So getting a good look at that little notch right there. And then further south have our tornado warnings. I think we're getting an update for the radar Omega. There we go. So tornado warning still for the areas here around Marquand down to Marble Hill. Still seeing a circulation in here. It's not as strong as it was a few minutes ago. That is still along MM between Buckhorn and Marquand. That'll be quickly headed towards the Grisham area, and then Shrum, Glen Allen, and Marble Hill up next. They've shrunk the warning, so areas in the Marquand immediately, and then Buckhorn, you're clear from the warning, as well as anything back towards 12 Mile and Zion. You're clear of the warning. Marquand and points south and east, I would stay in your safe space, especially if you're towards the Grisham area. And then rotation does seem to be more broad than it was. Just north of Albright, headed generally towards Glen Allen and Marble Hill. Still also some broad rotation in the cell to the south. That is in the Cascade and Birch area right now. That does not look as impressive as it did earlier. And then some larger hail still back in this storm along 67. These storms are starting to line out. They're actually connecting a lot than the last time I looked down that line. We can see here these two storms were actually basically on their own for a while. A couple scans back, we had one supercell here and then another hailstorm here. They both had their own individual areas of rotation, and then there wasn't much back here towards Ellington and Mountain View and West Plains. That was a while ago, and then now this line is unzipped a little bit from our current severe warning storms. Then south of Ellington between Piedmont and Ellington, Winona, and then south of Birch Tree. Likely some small hail and gusty winds in parts of this line, especially the areas here between Ellington, Winona, down towards Birch Tree. Those are some larger parts of the line. Just checking a little bit down towards Fort Smith. Nothing in that area. The Dallas area has actually been dropped from the severe thunderstorm warning or watch. Nothing developed over the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And then we still have ongoing storms. They've had 2-inch hail at points. They are drifting south near Llano in Texas with some large hail back in there along Texas 29. A little bit of rotation also up in there, but that's not tight at all right now. So just one tornado warning here at the moment. Checking that little notch around Belmont, and the notch is still there. That's one to watch here. Leading edge of Belmont up towards Mount Carmel. At the very least, there is some severe winds coming through this area here, approaching the Indiana state line. New Harmony, Armstrong, Fort Branch, Oakland City, Mount Carmel, Hazleton, Monroe City, Vincennes, Indiana. And then also still showing some rotation here now east of Hudsonville near Graysville. That area of the line has had a little bit of spin in the last couple scans as it's come across here. Illinois 1, Route 1 in Hudsonville, and crossing into Indiana right now. That area is worth watching here between Hudsonville and Sullivan in Indiana up towards Shelburne, Farmersburg. You're all in a severe thunderstorm warning for tornado possible, but that area is getting a little bit stronger in rotation, lifting up towards Sullivan, Jasonville, and points in that area. Between Sullivan, Jasonville, Clay City, and Prairie Creek, watching this area right there as it lifts kind of north and east, close to the 41 corridor. That circulation should stay south of Terre Haute if it tightens up more. Also storms down here in the south, coming towards Mount Vernon and El Dorado in southern Illinois. Back to our tornado warned storms. Nothing immediately severe along the Mississippi River, so areas like Perryville, Oak Ridge, Grand Tower, Murfreesboro, and Carbondale, you guys seem to have missed the strongest storms. And once this area of showers and storms passes this area, Carbondale over towards Marion, that area should be clear from the severe weather. Still some storms and showers up by St. Louis and then down 44, but those are all non-severe. A little bit more organization back here though. Likely some gusty winds approaching Collinsville and areas that were affected by tornadoes in the QLCS earlier, Edwardsville. That area has a little bit stronger showers and storms, making its way generally east. So we'll just have to watch this, but it should be behind this storm enough that it doesn't have that full amount of energy. So back into our supercell down in here near Marble Hill. Circulation does look still broad and weak, but we're seeing it again from a pretty high level. This is sliding down south and east towards Glen Allen, Grisham, and Marble Hill, Shrum, Grassy, Huxley, and Leopold. The storm is moving southeast at 20. Let's see if they gave an update on this. Yeah, 20 miles an hour, 10 miles west of Marble Hill. It's had some pretty tight rotation at points. So definitely if you're in Marble Hill, need you guys to take your tornado safety precautions. I'll kind of warn I'll flag out the stronger part of the storm just ahead of that rotation. But Marble Hill, that means about 15 minutes until that stronger part of the storm and the circulation is over Marble Hill. Ahead of that, there's still some rain, thunder, and lightning, so you're going to get into the storm before you get into the circulation. That circulation is tucked back here in the rain. It does not look as healthy as it did earlier. It's starting to get cut off, I think, from the line that's really unzipped to the south. And that line now stretches out pretty much to the Mountain Home area in Arkansas. Yeah, that goes into Mountain Home with a decent storm developing over there. Can also check these for velocity. Not seeing as much in the way of rotation for those, although they're newer storms. Not seeing much here back towards Ellington or Winona either. The storm to the south still has some broad rotation, but non-tornadic here for now. It still has a severe thunderstorm warning for 1-inch hail. Looks like they dropped the tornado possible tag. This one though still going here west of Marble Hill, about 10 miles west of Marble Hill. In closer just in the Albright area, south and west of Grisham and Bessville, and a few miles south of Marquand. They've now dropped that warning back towards Marquand. So all the clear over here by Zion and Marquand. We're just watching the rotation now as it makes its way towards Marble Hill. Good news is we haven't had a tornado warning in this line in a while. Still watching an area of some localized rotation here that's moved across the areas around Hudsonville. It's still kind of broad, but it's the stronger part of rotation that I've seen in this line for a little while. At the very least, gusty winds headed up towards Shelburne, Farmersville, Lewis, and Clay City. That's also near Sullivan along 41. And then there was a notch down in here. We're not going to get a great look at it because it's pretty close to the radar site, but it's over the Mount Carmel area. Severe thunderstorm winds coming into areas here along 64. You can watch this area here. So you can see it here south of York and Hudsonville. And then it's had a couple points where it's tried to tighten up, and it just hasn't yet. So an area to watch, especially if it tightens back up, it's coming up towards the Clay City area. Non-severe storms basically north of I-70. Stronger cell near Urbana right now. Likely some gustier winds, maybe some small hail in that one along I-74. And then no severe weather up in northeast Illinois. So we're really watching this cell right here. Still has rotation. It's a lot weaker than it looked a little while ago. But it's approaching the Marble Hill area in Missouri, in southeast Missouri. We can see back further. It actually had some good rotation here near Zion and Marquand and north of Buckholtz, or Buckhorn. We could not confirm it on the CC. Could not see anything in there definitively. There were a couple areas that had a slightly lower value. Right in this area here with the orange CCs, but we could not confirm it, and it didn't grow, so I don't think it touched the ground. Or if it did, we just can't see it at this altitude above the storm. It may have taken debris up to a couple thousand feet, and we're seeing this part of the storm at 6,000 to 10,000 feet. At least at the mid and higher levels of the storm, this was a pretty strong area of rotation. It's broadened, but it's still in there. Here it's by DD, south of Grisham. It's approaching the Glen Allen area. And then eventually here into basically downtown Marble Hill. So if you're in Glen Allen, Marble Hill, Husky, Laughlin, Leopold, Marble Hill, Glen Allen, Grassy, Shrum, and Grisham. Definitely want you guys to be taking your tornado safety measures. Also out south and east of Marble Hill, Leopold, Drum, Hawn, Huxley, and Grassy. Buchanan is in the watch, or is in the warning box, but it's probably going to slide north of you guys unless it makes a really hard right. Buchanan, just watching an area here, there is some rotation in the cells to the south. It's pretty much stayed broad and weak, but just watching that one. I have a big list of new severe thunderstorm warnings. It's for that warning around Mountain Home. I also want to check down in Texas. Still big hailstorm down here. Not really showing any rotation, so that's a good sign. But still big hail possible out in the hill country west of Llano. These storms out here are just drifting around in this area north of San Antonio, west of Austin, and likely they're just going to stay out there. Some strong storms were in Mexico, and they're just drifting around. They are slowly drifting a little further to the east. They may impact areas northwest of Laredo. Checking in on our line of storms here, though, Mountain Home, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Pretty much you can see the hail core directly over Mountain Home. That will be making its way south and east. Briarcliff, Salesville, Pineville, and Elizabeth in Arkansas. That is a storm to watch here as it's upscaled quite a bit. You can see its hail core. Not seeing any rotation on it. But certainly has a hail core that's already showing up here right in the Marble Home area. Likely some small hail in this storm here near West Plains, also near Winona on US 60. And then the severe thunderstorm warning looks like it's allowed to expire here for this storm near Des Arc. It's kind of merging into a line segment. There's also a severe thunderstorm warning for this larger area from Marquand up to Cedricville, and then also in the Marble Hill area. Tornado warning continues for the Marble Hill area. Weak rotation though. It's staying weak at the moment, but it can always tighten back up at a moment's notice. So Marble Hill still wants you to be in your tornado safe space here. And we'll see about severe storms as they get towards Poplar Bluff and Cape Girardeau eventually. Big new warning extended out. This goes through Henderson, Kentucky, Mount Vernon, Illinois, all the way to the points east of Evansville. That includes Newburgh, Boonville, Armstrong, Oakland City. And then areas here near Petersburg, Oakland City, Washington, Bicknell, Linton, Jasonville, and Clay City. Also a couple points of rotation still showing up a little bit near Sullivan and Shelburne, but likely this is more heavy wind coming into this area south of Terre Haute right now. I-70 and Point South have a severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and maybe some small hail. Prairie Creek over to Clay City. So right now, just one tornado warning, and then a large amount of severe thunderstorm warnings. Still 10 severe thunderstorm warnings. The watch in central Mississippi has all been expired. We can double check and also take a look at the watch area here. Not much still in this watch area, but watching these storms between Mountain Home and Jackson in Missouri, particularly watching the rotation here near Marble Hill. Still staying weak and broad. That's good news for Marble Hill, but definitely don't want to take this lightly. This could produce a tornado at any time. Getting a new tornado warning now. This is that area of the storm near Lawrenceville and Vincennes, Indiana. So one of those notches, we can see it here along US 50 and just north, almost into the Vincennes area. Honestly, that wasn't the area rotation. I thought it might be for this area here near Shelburne and Sullivan, but it's for an area south. We can take a look also at reflectivity. Yeah, there's a little notch in here. It's not as pronounced as it was when it was just worn. That's so quick. A little more notching in here right now near Lawrenceville, and then by the time they've put out the warning, there's the little notch right in here by Lawrenceville. And yeah, rotation right in here. And then now, that's come through the warning area almost completely. And still seeing a little bit in here, but it's also interacting with a few of these cells that are developing here ahead of the line. So watching this area for a quick spin up, it'd be on the north side of Vincennes, along US 50 and along US 41, coming into the, this is along the Illinois and Indiana state line. If this tightens back up, it's headed towards Bruceville, Indiana, and also north sides of Vincennes. If you're especially on the Illinois side of Vincennes, good to get into your tornado safe space, although it's basically through the warning area already. Moving east at 45. So we'll see if they continue this warning out. If it holds together, it's about 5 to 7 minutes to Bruceville, and then about 10 to 15 minutes to Bicknell in Indiana. So watching this notch right in here over Vincennes, getting some inflow that way and then gusting out that way. If it holds together, it's going to head up towards Bruceville and Bicknell and Edwardsport in Indiana. That's along State Route 67. A couple other points in this line. It's going to be hard to see anything right in this Princeton area with the radar site right there, but there were a couple other little circulations. They can spin up pretty quickly. The one over by Sullivan looks like it's broadened out, so that's a good sign. And then not seeing as many circulations down in this part of the line. You do have to watch for little areas like this that surge out ahead as the inflow is coming in. So watching areas like that. Although not seeing any tight circulation in that notch. Not every notch has it, but the ones that do can spin up pretty quickly. This is almost out of the warning area, but the notch is still here. You can see a little bit like that. There's still a little bit of an inflow notch just right along the Wabash River, right along the Illinois and Indiana state lines. And yeah, that's where we're still seeing a little rotation right in there. Basically over and just to the east now of Vincennes. Headed up 67, State Route 67 towards Bruceville, Bicknell, and Edwardsport, Indiana. Back to the southwest, our cell here near Marble Hill. Still radar indicated tornado. Still just broad circulation now on the west side of Marble Hill. We haven't seen this tighten up since it tried to back by Route M between M and Zion. Got pretty tight. Wouldn't be surprised if it touched the ground and we just didn't see it on the CC. Somewhere here between Zion and M, south of Marquand. Rotation kind of came like this and really started to tighten up right in that area. So we'll see what the National Weather Service says and get those reports out later. Also seeing the hail. Good news is we've seen the hail core come down in this storm as well. Still some hail coming towards Marble Hill, Glen Allen, Grassy. You can see those purple values in there. That does indicate some larger hail. Not as strong as it was. And then these storms back by Greenville along US 67, probably some small hail up in there. Non-severe at the moment. Watching a cell along US 60 between Van Buren and Winona. That has a decent hail core. And it's along a pretty well-traveled highway. And then also severe warned storm for 1-inch hail now pushing south and east a mountain home over the Briarcliff area. That'll be headed eventually towards Elizabeth and Pineville in Arkansas, Salesville, and if it holds together, towards Oxford and Melbourne and maybe Calico Rock in Arkansas. Still not much in the severe thunderstorm warning or severe thunderstorm watch area. Fort Smith actually trimmed from it, so that really just includes the areas in Russellville, and not seeing much development there. Dallas-Fort Worth, it looks like storms cleared out for you guys. No development in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And then still watching a couple big cells. A new one that's pushed now further west. I think these cells are developing as one dies out and pushes outflow. Then a new storm has popped up on the outflow. Because I think we've seen a progress. We saw one storm, then we saw two. I think this is our third storm. Now it looks like it's starting to weaken out a little bit. Probably has a little bit of an outflow. And now the fourth storm looks like it's increasing. So interesting to see how these storms with not a lot of steering just are playing off of each other. And yeah, you can see one kind of dying and the next one popping up. This one will likely get a severe thunderstorm warning at some point here near Mason. And eventually this one's just going to rain and hail itself out. That is interesting to see how that works. Mason, some probably pretty good hail coming down. Also, ooh, we're not going to be able to see much velocity out of that. This one did not have much in the way of rotation, so would be doubtful that one does. Let's see, we might be able to catch it from maybe a little broad rotation, but not much going on there. Those are mostly hailstorms in West Texas. Still tornado warning ongoing for Marble Hill. This area is right on the edge of a radar site for Paducah. And then also on the edge of the radar for St. Louis. We can see the St. Louis radar still showing some a little bit of vigorous rotation on the upper levels. Somewhere here in the Marble Hill area, just maybe southwest of Marble Hill right now. It's kind of come across and drifted south a little bit. Or this is a newer area rotation. We can see that maybe the old rotation right here picking up. Somewhat of a newer area rotation flaring up right now. Not going to see it much here as it's approaching areas Glen Allen, Grassy, Huxley, Marble Hill, Leopold, Glennon, and Drum, Hahn. I think there's still a rotation in there. It's just going to be really hard to see for a little bit. So this likely is going to continue this warning out for the 21 minutes. Let's see. This is for Central Bollinger County. Located near Grassy or near Marble Hill. And moving southeast at 15. So they've updated the forward progress, and it's slowed down. It's slowed down in the forward progress of this storm. But still some good hail also showing up in here. Marble Hill down towards the areas south of Marble Hill, Huxley and Grassy. Yeah, there's been some cell mergers going on, but this lead cell is still holding on its own. It's pretty much incorporated the cell that was behind it and kind of paired with it for a while. You can see here there's been a cell merger as that storm has now, I think, actually intensified our cell that was leading. The lightning has really picked up here south of Marble Hill. So rotation may pick up as well with that cell merger, and we're not seeing it very good on the radar site. Some strong storms. May get some severe thunderstorm warnings eventually back here towards Greenville in southeast Missouri. Another one near Van Buren and West Plains. And then also checking on Mountain Home, Briarcliff, and Salesville, although that doesn't have as much reflectivity as it did earlier. Not really seeing rotation, and hard to see rotation on these cells back here. Still some storms in the St. Louis area, scattered showers and storms. A newer strong cell near Perryville. That has upscaled a bit here near Perryville, so we'll have to maintain an eye on that. There's our storms near Marble Hill with the rotation. And then looks like tornado warning expired around Vincennes. We can still check it out. There's still a few areas here to watch, but none of them look imminently tornadic. So mostly the threat here is damaging winds. And getting a good look at the radar, there's probably 50-60 mile an hour winds in here, since this is close to the radar site and along the same radius. Even some pushing towards 60 here. That's coming through Oakland City. That's also US or I-69 Petersburg down to Oakland City. And then further down towards Evansville. Watching a little notch right there. But it's hard to see that one since it's so close to the radar. It's more of an appendage than a notch. Can't really tell if there's much rotation there. And then the southern part of the line hasn't had as much rotation. The other thing is this area is stalling out in its forward momentum a little bit. You can see here there's starting to get to some trailing. And these thunderstorms moving a little more east while this line is surging out. So watching for a bit of a flood threat from Evansville, Mount Vernon, over towards Harrisburg and Marion, and maybe Benton. Couple trees down here. I'm sure we're going to get a bunch of wind reports eventually after this goes through. Several large trees down in Lawrence County by the emergency management. Yeah, wouldn't be surprised to get more in the way of updates. National Weather Service out of Paducah is taking over this warning here for Bollinger County, southwestern Cape Girardeau County, and north central Stoddard County. This is capable of producing a tornado over Marble Hill right now. A storm that we've been watching for quite a while. It's had rotation for quite a while. Still back in here near Marble Hill and Huxley. Pretty broad at the moment. As this has come across, we've seen rotation with it from somewhere near Viburnum all the way south of Ironton, south of Fredericktown, and now it's over by Marble Hill. A couple times during its life cycle, it's been pretty tight, especially near the Zion area and 67. And it's still in here right on the south side of Marble Hill. So new towns in this warning: Leopold, Huxley, Glennon and Drum, and now out towards Sank, Advance, Toga, Cliff, Randalls, and Delta, as well as Whitewater and Allenville, all in Missouri. Dongola and Sank and Hahn, also in Missouri. And then anywhere south and east of Advance, Castor, Tillman, and the areas around Perkins and Randalls. This is starting to come out of the Ozarks and get onto the Mississippi River Delta here in southeast Missouri. And getting a little bit more of a picture here from this radar site on the rotation. Still near Huxley and Marble Hill at the moment. Basically between Marble Hill and Grassley. If that holds together, it's going to be headed south and east towards Chaffee, Orrin, Morley, and then maybe eventually, if it does hold together, towards Charleston and Sykeston. So looking further out, it should slide south and west of Scott City, but Scott City, good to keep an eye on this. It definitely looks like it's going to slide west of Cape Girardeau. So if anyone has family or students in the university there at Cape Girardeau, this is going to be a decent way south and west, also away from the Jackson area. Not much in rotation on that cell in Perrysburg or Perryville. And then a new severe thunderstorm warning, or newer one, includes areas like Washington, Lugety, Shoals, Bloomfield, areas just west of Bloomington, Indiana. Likely we'll see an extension of the warning eventually to you guys. Couple notches, but the tornadic threat in this part of the line does seem to be weakening as it comes into the Evansville area more immediately. And then that storm near Mason, Texas, did get upgraded to a severe thunderstorm warning. So certainly we're seeing the larger hail in there. The storm near Llano is quickly raining itself out. So goodbye to you. Still really not seeing any rotation in the storm near Mason, but that's some larger hail in there. These storms have all been slow moving and large hail, but luckily in areas that haven't been super populated. The storm that was going towards Lampasas fell apart. I think Lometa and San Saba have been the two towns that have been the most populated that these storms in central Texas hill country have gone through. Still watching Mountain Home for 1-inch hail down towards Norfolk, Salesville, headed towards Pineville in Arkansas. If that storm does hold together, it could be towards Calico Rock, Melbourne, and Oxford eventually. You can see the hail up in here towards Norfolk and Salesville. And then now this storm is getting out into the Missouri and Mississippi River Delta region of Missouri in southeast Missouri. Getting a little better look at the rotation. It's still in here, not as tight as it was, but it's not weakening much either. Here, just south of Marble Hill, headed towards Delta and Advance. If you're in this warning, please take it seriously. Lowest level, interior room, away from doors, windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you have a basement or storm shelter, that is even better. And certainly not outside, and also not in a temporary structure or a mobile home or a garage or a large span roof like a gym or a church. A lot of churches and gyms, that kind of space, not good for tornadoes. This is headed south and east fairly slowly towards Advance and Delta. So if you're out ahead of this, you have a little bit of time. You don't have to trip and fall and run and knock your head or something like that. You can pretty just efficiently move into a sturdy structure and into your tornado safe space. Eventually that's towards Drum, Dongola, Advance, and Toga, down towards Tillman, Castor, Perkins, Randalls, Cliff, Delta, and Allenville. And if I didn't say your town name, hopefully you know where those town names are around you. Looks like it's a little bit outflow dominant. I can see a bit of a wind surge coming this way. Rotation still back in here, just on the south side of Marble Hill. but good sign that the storm may be losing some of its intensity here. You can see it on the reflectivity too. This area here is starting to surge out a little bit. May produce some damaging winds towards Advance and Zalma. But the hail core is also seems to be lowering here towards areas around Marble Hill and just south of there towards Leopold. We can see it does have a lot of lightning on it, so it's a pretty healthy storm. But you can see the rotation a lot tighter west of Marble Hill, and it was tighter even before that up towards Zion as it came through the Missouri Ozarks. Still in here though, it's still in here near Huxley and Leopold and Marble Hill. New severe thunderstorm warnings, that's including the areas now east of Evansville. That is along 64, Oakland City, out to Boonville, Dale, St. Mainrad, and areas here near Tell City. That is also going out for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Still watching some notching, especially this area here near Evansville may have more of that hail, that 1-inch hail. That's generally headed towards the Boonville area, now in Indiana. And then definitely seeing a decrease in some of the hail signatures in this storm here. Likely still some hail here near Bicknell, headed up along I-69 towards the Bloomfield area. Already 60-mile-an-hour winds reported by the emergency management in Knox County, Indiana. Vincennes, getting tree damage and power line damage in the Vincennes area. A semi overturned on 41. That's what I mentioned earlier. We may see more reports like this too. US 41 is a north-south route through here, and it's getting hammered with winds from the west. So wouldn't be surprised if there was more semis and high-profile vehicles along some of these highways here. 57, 55, 41. Those areas there. Wouldn't be surprised if we get more reports like that eventually. Especially now that's going to be approaching the 69 corridor with some heavy winds here, especially if you're along 69 near Bicknell, headed up towards Bloomfield. That's a particularly strong part of this cell. Not seeing much in the rotation there. So good news there. Areas around Jasper, Huntingtonburg, Ferdinand also now in a warning. So they're warning us well in advance. This may eventually, if it does hold together, get into the Louisville, Kentucky area. Right along the southern Indiana and Kentucky state line. Let me see here what... I haven't checked the models in a while. So let me see what the models are thinking here. Good news is, and we put a forecast out earlier this afternoon before the live stream, we put a forecast out about the weather for the next few days, and the severe weather threats significantly decrease tomorrow and then into the weekend. And then a lot of next week looks like it's going to be clear severe weather. Our next bigger threat of severe weather will be late week. So models are still showing a downtrend in the overall line as it goes through southern Indiana. Certainly by the time it gets towards the Indiana and southwest Ohio state line, over here towards, where's my mouse? Over towards Cincinnati, Harrison, Hamilton. It should be sub-severe or more minimally severe. And then certainly later overnight, once it gets into Ohio, it's just going to be some gusty winds. More like the area of the line that's coming towards Indianapolis at the moment. Gusty winds and lightning and thunder. It should be more like that in general once it gets over towards the Ohio and Indiana state line. So I know Ohio has had a lot of severe weather yesterday. The severe threat is minimal here for the evening and overnight. A little bit stronger south of there, so I wouldn't be shocked if the stronger storms continue in this area here from Louisville over towards Evansville. And this severe thunderstorm watch does go until 2 a.m. So an area here that does continue to have severe thunderstorm potentials all through the evening, as well as any of these storms that are out in front. The models are also showing pretty strong storms coming through the areas here in southern and southeastern Missouri, as well as northern Arkansas, and potentially even a little more development back to the south and west of Mountain Home. We'll have to see if that verifies or not. So overnight, there is a severe threat, especially for some larger hail, but a potential for some tornadic development in Arkansas. Especially areas north and east of Little Rock. But if that line does develop back towards the south and west from Mountain Home, you could get some more severe weather all the way through Arkansas overnight. Mostly, though, it does look like central and eastern Arkansas into maybe the Memphis area would be your bigger threat is for any development like this. And then certainly the storms that come out of Poplar Bluff and the Missouri Ozarks. There could still be some strong storms in this area overnight. And then really not expecting much in the way of development back here. But still some strong storms in the hill country of Texas overnight. We'll check on the tornado warning in just a minute. But I also want to check here for the updates here. So a shrinking area of enhanced risk. Basically, the enhanced risk area is kind of that area I just mentioned. Possibly severe storms as far down as Memphis. And then basically eastern Illinois into Indiana, south of Indianapolis, and then just west of the Louisville and north of Nashville towards Clarksville. That is your strongest area of severe weather potential, and it looks like the models are still showing that as the potential. Wouldn't be surprised, though, like I said, to get some back building and storms later tonight, strong to severe through the Memphis area. That all shifts south tomorrow. And there's a much broader area of possible isolated storms from the Delmarva Peninsula all the way back towards the Rio Grande in Texas. The biggest concentration of severe weather is a marginal risk that includes Charlotte, Greensboro, Raleigh, Atlanta, Birmingham, out to Myrtle Beach, Wilmington, Columbia, South Carolina, and up as far north as Roanoke and the very southern parts of West Virginia, Beckley, West Virginia. For a marginal risk of severe weather, mostly damaging winds and maybe some hail would be in the threat here. I don't believe there's much of a tornado threat here. Yeah, it's all just a marginal risk tomorrow. And then day 3, that is Saturday. There's just a general risk, nothing marginal right now. That could always change by the SPC, but right now it's just a general risk for showers and storms essentially across Texas and the Gulf Coast states, and then over into the Carolinas. For some rounds of rain and storms, as this frontal system is going to kind of stall out along here. So this is going to be a focal point for rounds of rain and storms, but nothing severe is expected over the weekend. And certainly go to our channel, and we have details on the forecast for this weekend, as well as some longer range forecasting into next week. It doesn't look like until later next week, Thursday or Friday, we may get another round with a low pressure system around the four corners that ejects into the plains. And then we all know what happens there. Trailing cold front, trailing dry line, and thunderstorm risk like that. And then that all marches east, next Saturday, Sunday, and basically like the last weekend in April, first couple days in May. That's a long range out, and we don't know the details. We won't know details until much closer to those days, but I wanted to highlight it at least as a possibility next weekend for some, at least storms, but also potential for severe weather next weekend, somewhere here in the classic Tornado Alley, and then likely somewhere in the Mid-South and Ohio Valley in the couple days after that. So that's just the kind of the time of year that we're in as well. So it's not surprising that the models show that. Couple tornado warnings now popping off here. So we're going to dive back into it. I'm interested in this storm here. It was a storm that we were watching. I mentioned it might go severe eventually as it came across Perryville. It now has a tornado warning near Grand Tower and radar indicated rotation. So let's see what the radar indicates. Yeah, it does have some radar indicated rotation right here in Altenburg and Grand Tower, headed towards Pomona, Alto Pass, just south of Sand Ridge. This is right on the Missouri and Illinois state line. Should stay south of Carbondale, but if you're in the Carbondale area, definitely watch this storm. And we can also go back and see what it did. It had some broad rotation developed around Longtown, and you can see it's gotten significantly tighter here now towards Altenburg. A little bit weaker at the moment, but it's a fairly tight rotation. It just has weak signature here. Let's take a look. We can see if there's any CC on it. Not seeing any CC drops, so that's good at the moment. But this is a cell that has a potential to continue to develop as it comes across here right near Grand Tower, headed towards Pomona and Alto Pass in Illinois. Grand Tower and Altenburg, please be in your safe spaces here. This is right along the Illinois and Missouri border. The area here around Sykeston, areas here around Sykeston are in a tornado warning now. This is for a continuation of this line. Now approaching a more populated area here. This is a storm that we've been tracking for hours now as it's come through the Ozarks. We have a circulation that's near Advance. Yeah, it's still up in here. This is not one of the prettier tornadoes of the day. If there's a tornado up in here, it's up in the bear's cage. It's up in the rain and hail, and it's tucked up in there. It's generally headed south and east now through the Advance, Missouri area. Still weak, but a little bit tighter than it was earlier. And when I'm saying weak versus tight, I mean like the width of the circulation. When it tightens back up, it's kind of like a skater skating, a figure skater, and tightening. When they tuck their arms in to make those tight turns, that's what we can see sometimes with the tornadoes. So a tighter circulation can often generate tornadoes, but so can wider circulations. It's just worth noting when they're seeing them shrink and grow. This one here is a little bit tighter, but still a little weak. We don't see the bright reds. We do see some bright greens here coming towards advance, likely with some strong thunderstorm winds. And tornado would be sitting back here between advance and Dongola. So new parts of this warning. This is being warned far out here for radar indicated tornado. This includes some of the towns that we mentioned earlier: Morley, Orrin, Bell City, Vandasur, Blodgett, just to the areas here near I-55 and the Sikeston area, and then just on the north side of Morehouse. This is all in Missouri. So if you're out ahead of this, please take this in seriousness. You have some time here, Sikeston. You don't have to run and trip downstairs to get into your safe space, but you have a few minutes. Get into your tornado action plan. That is lowest level into your room. Lowest level away from doors and windows and the outside. Put as many walls between the outside as you can. If you have a basement, if you have a tornado shelter, that is better. This is on the Missouri Delta or the Mississippi River Delta, so I doubt there's much basements in here. This is a pretty the water table is really close to the surface, so I'm doubtful there's a lot of basements up in here. So hopefully you're just on your lowest level into your room, away from doors and windows. This is going to be eventually along 55 and also along I-57 and US 60 here in southeast Missouri, including the Sikeston area and points north and west of Sikeston. Tornado producing thunderstorm here coming out of advance. It's coming out of the Ozarks and onto the Mississippi Delta here. Headed generally towards Bell City, Vandasur. And if it does hold together, Sikeston is pretty much center line with this circulation. So that is not great, as this area is a pretty populated area here in southeast Missouri. It's also where the interstates 57 and 55 come together. So a pretty big area for truck stops and restaurants and hotels, and then also the population around that. So that's not great that it's coming this way. Want to check our other tornado warn storm. We've had an increase in tornado warnings. So our other tornado warn storm is right here over Altenburg and Grand Tower. Still looks a little bit broad, and this one does look broad and weak at the moment. Again, that doesn't mean it's not going to tighten back up. So if you're headed over towards Pomona, Alto Pass, Grand Tower, and Altenburg right now, just south of Sand Ridge and southwest sides of Carbondale, you're going to want to be in your tornado safe space. That's along Illinois Route 3. That's along the River Road there in Illinois. And then Alto Pass up through Pomona, and then west to Carbondale on Illinois 127. If you live in those areas, please be in your tornado safe space. If that holds together, it's over towards Maconda. And I want to get a time on this one. I don't know if we timed this one out yet. So moving east at 25. It's right over the Trail of Tears State Park at the moment. So I want to take this out at 25. That puts it in Grand Tower in less than 5 minutes. So Grand Tower really needs to take their tornado action plan. And then Pomona in about 20 minutes. Alto Pass about 25 to 30 minutes. So you have a little bit of time in Alto Pass to take your tornado safety measures. And just I want to check this out just a little further here. If I bring it more east at 25, that puts it towards the US 51 corridor in about 35 minutes. So that's south of Carbondale along US 51, the Maconda area, in about 35 minutes if this area rotation holds together. You're kind of center line with that one right now, so we'll see in a few minutes. Checking on things quickly here. Still tornado warned, headed towards Sykeston. Not seeing any severe warnings that are notable here. I'm not seeing much circulation in any of these storms, so that's good news for south central Missouri or southeast Missouri, out towards the areas now east of White Plains and approaching the Poplar Bluff area. Still some big storms up in here, especially between Poplar Bluff and Elsnore, and then up 67 towards Greenville. This area of storms is pretty hefty still, with gusty winds, maybe some small hail up in here. Also that storm here near Alton, Missouri, likely some small hail. That storm near Mountain Home is on the downtrend, so that's nice to see. And then checking back in our severe storms, now just southwest of Bloomington, have quite a line of severe storms. 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. That's going to be along I-69 south of Bloomington. Yeah, they downtrended a little bit to 60 mile an hour winds. And then this area around Jasper, still a tornado possible near the Jasper area. There's a few little kinks in the line, I think a little further down here. There's a little notch right in here coming towards the Jasper. There may be another one up here north of Jasper. Those are the areas we got to watch for spin-up tornadoes, although that area has decreased over the last hour or two. And then now seeing an outflow boundary, so this is a good sign that there's some weakening. The wind energy is outracing the storms. That's generating a cool air outflow boundary. It means these storms are going to have less of a time ingesting warm inflow. If they're trying to get warm inflow like this outflow boundary is going to come through and block that up. So that is a sign of a downtrending thunderstorm, especially when it's on a line like this. Good news to see that. That's coming through Evansville right now. That may be good news for the Louisville area. And as I mentioned earlier, the models show that there's downtrending in overall this segment, as it does come out through Louisville, through Cincinnati, and western Ohio. By the time it's in the Cincinnati-Dayton area, it should be sub-severe with just gusty winds and maybe some small hail in parts of the storm. Certainly once it gets up into areas that were affected by the tornadoes and severe weather yesterday, that area is not expected to get severe weather. That doesn't mean it can't happen, but the models have been pretty consistent at downtrending this cluster of storms before it gets to Ohio. Further south, though, some stronger chance of severe weather as it moves through areas from Evansville down to Bowling Green, Kentucky. Basically, if you're in the severe thunderstorm watch box, this goes till 2 a.m. 2 a.m. Central Time for scattered damaging winds up to 70. But it is good news to see this as a downtrend here. Still not much development in this area here from Russellville over to Little Rock. You guys are also in the watch from till 2 a.m. So there could still be late night development overnight. And then checking in our other watch area, because there are some people out here near Mason, Texas, along US 87. That is another large hailstorm. Not seeing much rotation in it, but some hail core right over US 87, just south of Mason, Texas. There may be a few other storms that pop up in that area. And then I did notice that earlier that there was some larger storms in Mexico. I'm guessing we were the only streamer tonight that's even touched on the Mexican border. So talked about it about an hour ago that they may drift their way towards the US border, and that looks like it has happened. They're downtrending, but still a strong storm, maybe some small hail coming across here along the Mexican border northwest of Hidalgo, Texas, with a special weather statement already out for pea-size hail and 40-mile-an-hour winds. So if you're along the Mexican border here north of Laredo, this should stay north of you up towards Hidalgo, and then points north and west of that. Just know there is a chance of some severe weather coming across from Mexico. Overall, the number of severe warnings in this cluster is reducing. I do want to mention, again, there may be a bit of a flood threat in here as these storms aren't moving as quickly as the other storms. Two tornado warnings, one is in Illinois and one is in Missouri. Starting with the Illinois storm first, watching rotation right over the Mississippi River. It still is remaining broad. It was definitely stronger back here near Brazeau and Altenburg. There's still some rotation here right along Grand Tower, Illinois, and Illinois 3, generally headed towards Pomona and Alto Pass. Etherton, Poplar Ridge, Pomona, and Alto Pass are in this warning, as well as Grand Tower and areas just east in Missouri in Altenburg. Really, though, the threat, Missouri is basically out of this threat. The threat is right over Grand Tower, right over the Mississippi River, and moving east-southeast towards Pomona and Alto Pass mainly. About 25 to 30 minutes, it could be over in the areas along US 51 south of Carbondale. If you have students in Carbondale and you're watching the stream, this should stay south of Carbondale. It's this area down here by Grand Tower, headed towards Pomona, Alto Pass, maybe eventually towards Maconda. That would be the area to watch for tornadic development. It does seem to be downtrending, but overall the storm is actually looking healthier. Some stronger storms also north of that, coming through DeSoto and Carbondale, maybe some gusty winds. You can see the southern end of the storm, though. It's trying to hook. It's trying to develop down here. Certainly stronger than it did earlier, as it developed around Perryville. And yeah, that's certainly developed a decent structure to it. Some other storms, just general thunderstorms between St. Louis, Belleville, up towards Effingham. Your severe threat near the I-70 corridor should be done. And then back down here near Sikeston, checking on rotation, still broad between Bell City and Advance and Tillman. That is generally coming down towards Crider, Tanner, Toppertown, Bell City, Haywood City, Morley, and if it holds together, Sikeston immediately. Not a threat at the moment, but about 25 to 30 minutes could be into the Sikeston area. That is, let me double check and see if we have gotten an update. Moving southeast at 35. We'll take this out here. Southeast at 35 puts it in Sikeston. Sikeston in about 35 minutes. So 30 to 35 minutes for Sikeston. This rotation has consistently been broad compared to how we saw it earlier, but it's been holding a decent level of rotation. And checking it a little further, not seeing a CC drop in here at the moment. If we would, it would be in this area over here, Tillman. And we're not seeing any CC, so that's a good sign. Not likely on the ground. Or it could be a weak tornado that's just not picked up at our radar level. But that's right here between Advance and Tillman, headed towards Bell City. Again, not a lot of rotation on this line further south, but some stronger storms coming towards Doniphan and Poplar Bluff may get into some stronger storms. Not seeing rotation there. Not really anything notable there for rotation. Maybe some small hail gusty winds in that area. And then good news, the line here near Evansville has been downgraded. It says while storms may redevelop, they generally look like they're remaining below severe limits. So it's been dropped to gusty winds of 50 and half-inch hail. And you can see there are some hail cores in here. South of Mount Vernon, likely just to the Newburgh area. And then maybe west here of Morganfield. These storms, though, are generally training, so we do have to watch for a little bit more of a flood threat with those storms, as they're between Hatfield, Newburgh, and Harrisburg, Illinois. Out in front, we do have new severe thunderstorm warnings for Bloomington, Indiana, Bedford, Paoli, and areas east of Jasper towards Marengo, Leavenworth, Snellville, French Lick, Mitchell, Bedford, Guthrie, and Bloomington. The line coming through Greencastle up north of Bloomington does not look severe, so good news there. Just some general thunderstorms headed up towards the Indianapolis area. And points north of that, just some rain and storms and lightning, but nothing severe up that way in northern Indiana. Watching a cell that's picked up a little bit north of Louisville. Likely has some small hail in that coming towards Salem, Indiana. And then you got the line back here. It's looking a little more ragged than it was earlier. A little bit of a weak circulation near Jasper. But that's a broad circulation. But watch that if it tightens up. And then possibly some small hail here west of Bedford in Indiana, north of Shoals. That's along a line along US 50 there. And then coming into the Bloomington with gusty winds. Gusty winds likely coming into Bloomington now. A little bit of a rotation point right here. Right in here on 69 southwest of Bloomington. Not anything that's notable yet. You can see here, yeah, it was back here towards Bloomfield too. That's at least going to enhance any gusty winds in this area here around Bloomington. So no doubt a severe thunderstorm to take seriously as that makes its way east. And then we've replaced the warning here. The tornado warning has been expired and replaced with a severe thunderstorm warning covering the areas here east of Grand Tower and towards Pomona. Maybe some hail as well showing up, but really not seeing the rotation like we did earlier. Had some decent rotation here near Altenburg. And a little bit here near Grand Tower. But that's really weakened and broadened out here. So Pomona, Alto Pass. They did extend this warning out across the 51 corridor. So Maconda, Pomona, Alto Pass. Just a severe thunderstorm coming your way. Carbondale, some strong storms, but non-severe at the moment. Those are in the West Frankfort, Carbondale, Durham, and Murfreesboro area here in southwest Illinois. Pomona, Grand Tower, you're basically through for that storm. And then Alto Pass, this is headed down. May affect the I-57 corridor if it holds together. Down to the one tornado warning. In the Scott and Stoddard County areas in Missouri. Still broad rotation near the Bell City area. but every time we kind of take a peek at this storm, it looks weaker in the rotation and way broader. Let's see here. Reflectivity wise, also seeing a drop in the hail. Maybe some hail up here along 91. That's towards Orrin and north of Bell City, Perkins area. Likely seeing some stronger returns there. As well as some strong storms back by 67 and Williamsville. Those are headed into the Poplar Bluff area and points north of Poplar Bluff. Wouldn't be surprised to eventually see a severe thunderstorm warning in this area. There's some gusty winds and small hail back through there, and then back through this storm near Mountain Home. It's been trying to gain strength, but it's not really doing much. Wouldn't be totally shocked further down its path. If it regains strength, it could issue a severe thunderstorm somewhere in Batesville, Newport, or Jonesboro overnight. May want to watch a storm like that, but nothing that you have to worry about, nothing that you have to stay up for. Just make sure you have a way that you can receive the weather warnings, especially in these areas here, Russellville, Conway, down to Little Rock and over towards the Memphis area, and then up into the Boot Heel, Missouri, Kennett, over into northwest Tennessee, Union City, Murray, Kentucky, Paducah, Madisonville, Kentucky, Hopkinsville. Make sure you have a way to receive the warnings, but the overall severity of these storms is decreasing, and it's nowhere near like it was in St. Louis. When it was in the St. Louis area, this whole area was warned for tornadoes basically, and it was just to the point where everybody's got to go to the basement and go to your tornado shelter, and there was so many little rotation points, and some of them were actually on the ground. That is no longer the case here. So if it was earlier, like in St. Louis, I probably would have said, don't go to bed right now, let this line pass. But we're not to that point. We're far below that. If you're out ahead of this in Cincinnati, in Louisville, Kentucky, even over towards Lexington, and down towards Bowling Green, Kentucky, and in the Nashville area, out towards Memphis, and out towards Little Rock, feel free to go to sleep. Just have a way to get your weather warnings. Have multiple ways to get weather warnings. So we can provide that here a little bit, or your local news can provide that. For me personally, I like to have a stream going, but then I also like to have the local news or the weather channel going too, especially if I'm in an area that has a tornado watch or a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning. I like to have a couple different ways to get my information. Certainly downloading a radar app. There's a few on the market that are cheap, and even a couple decent ones that are free, that have at least enough what you need to see what's coming to your house. Some local media stations have a local weather app for your immediate area. Those are usually free. They don't have a ton of data, but they have just enough you need to know. And then make sure, if you have a cell phone, make sure you have your weather warnings turned on. It's in your settings and alerts. It's the same settings area that gives you, I think, amber alerts and things like that. But make sure you have your weather warnings turned on. And then also a weather radio. It's great to have a NOAA weather radio, and it just sits there like a smoke alarm until it's needed. But especially for nights like this that have a severe threat overnight through 2 a.m. or even later, NOAA weather radios are great to wake you up and alert you to stuff. Especially with the severity of this line coming down, there's not as much of a chance of the quick spin-up tornadoes. There's a few areas in the line where there's a few points of rotation, but they're not showing the severity that they were earlier. A NOAA weather radio is great for a storm like this coming into Sykeston because it'll give you a pretty good advance warning. This Sykeston storm is only moving like 25 or 30 miles an hour, and they've warned out ahead of it far enough where you can get a nice warning here if you're in the Sykeston area. Hopefully people have. This is still showing some rotation here, headed generally towards the Sykeston area. That's over the Bell City and Perkins area at the moment. but it's significantly weaker than it was earlier, even north of Advance. Not much left in that circulation, I would say. Still, though, let's be cautious with it. It seems to be gusting out a little bit, so we have some heavier winds pushing through Bell City towards Van Dusser and Morley. Sykeston, probably seeing some good lightning show off to the north. And then I do want to quickly check our other severe warned storm that was tornado warned. Not seeing much rotation. I just wanted to see if it trended up or at all. You can see there it had some rotation near Altenburg and Grand Tower. That's weakened significantly coming across Pomona and Alto Pass right now. And then into the Carbondale area. Do want to watch, there's a little bit of rotation south of Carbondale. I don't think it's going to be tornadic immediately, but it's there. It's kind of taken over for, and you can see kind of the structure of this storm. A little bit right in there, near 51. But not much, not seeing a lot. If that tightens up, it would be headed generally towards Marion and Cyril Springs. And then we'll see what they do with this warning here that expires in 12 minutes. There is a little area rotation still now between Advance and Orrin or near Bell City, but this is much weaker and broader than it was earlier, and also not seeing the hail signatures that this had earlier. Still some small hail likely up in here and also in the Bell City area, but this is looking a lot more disorganized than it was earlier. Which is good news for Sykeston. Sykeston is a fairly larger populated city in that part of southeast Missouri. Strong winds coming through Bloomington right now. The line is looking particularly more disorganized north of Bloomington. Some small hail likely in the Bedford area. I see a couple hail cores up in here. And then really starting to break up the line here in the Jasper over toward Marengo areas. Some smaller storms with some gusty winds and some hail potentials in here, but it's definitely looking a lot less organized. Still a potent storm coming through Salem right now. That may get a warning if it holds together towards Austin and the I-65 corridor towards North Vernon. Have to watch that one. Louisville itself, nothing immediate, but yeah, there's that storm near Salem. Watching this whole batch of storms start to push your way with a couple of hail cores here, like I mentioned, but not as serious. The more part of the line is outflow dominant, and you can see that here near Owensboro, and now pushing south and east of Henderson through Morganfield. You can see that outflow, which means these storms are far less severe. That also pretty much caps off the tornadic threat for any storms down like that. Watching this storm, we'll see what it does as it pushes through Bell City, Morley, and Van Dusser. Still a good idea to be in your safe space. Even if it's not a tornado, use this as a little bit of a practice. Make sure you got your tornado action plan down. Make sure you got your efficient movement, safe and efficient movement to your tornado safe space, lowest interior room, on the lowest floor or a basement or a tornado shelter is even better. Away from doors and windows and away from a temporary structure. So not in a trailer, not in a mobile home, not in a camping tent, and also not in a broad roof building like a church or a gymnasium. Those are not good for tornadoes either. I think sometimes a lot of our warnings in the meteorological and weather community actually miss that point, because people think a church or a school or a gym is a pretty sturdy structure, and parts of those structures are, especially schools and the hallways with the brick and the mortar and the concrete block, and smaller areas like that in schools and places. That's why there's, in a lot of those bigger places, tornado designated areas, airports, schools, gyms, things like that. But it's the spans, like the basketball court spans or the church spans. Those are not good in tornadoes. Still some rotation. This one's sliding down here along US 61, generally towards the Sykeston area. We'll have to see what they do with this warning. It's generally stayed pretty weak, and not seeing any CC that's standing out. A little bit of CC stands out for the hail that's still showing up here near Parker, between Parker and Perkins, and Missouri State Route 91. That area has some hail up in here. But velocity is generally coming down. That area also is where our rotation is. Still weak broad rotation, right around 91 between Bell City and Morley. And yeah, not seeing any debris ball indications. Still just want to check this area here near Alta Pass, Pomona, now south of Carbondale. Still seeing a little bit right in there, but that hasn't tightened back up, so I think we're pretty much through this storm's tornadic phase. Seems like the wind, it's starting to surge some wind out here instead. So watching that as it does come towards the I-57 corridor, south of Marion, south of Carbondale would be that stronger wind threat. Marion and Carbondale itself has some decently strong thunderstorms, but non-severe here at the moment. And then all the areas here in St. Louis and Effingham all clear of severe weather. This particular area, let's check in on this little area here. Down here near St. Monrad, that area has some hail still in it likely, and maybe some gusty winds. You can see the winds in here. They're definitely still surging out, but this whole line is a lot less structured than it was, which is a good sign that the overall severity is coming down. The line is now through the Bloomington area. With severe wind potential, and now out towards Guthrie, Bedford, Mitchell. Maybe a little hail here between Guthrie and Bedford. If you're in the Indianapolis area, just general thunderstorms, some rain, wind, and some lightning and thunder. Nothing serious coming your way in Indianapolis. And I think this is, in general, starting to confirm what the models were saying. And by the time it gets to this Indiana and Ohio State line, this should be significantly downtrending to what we're seeing here in Indianapolis. Just general thunderstorms, some gusty winds, and some lightning and thunder. We've decreased now to 1 tornado warning and 4 severe thunderstorm warnings. A little cell merger going on by Coulterville. And then still watching this area here. Still broad, weak, not picking up, new rotation. Still a little bit near Stone Fort. That's headed over towards Nielsen on 57, but not looking like it did earlier. And then still watching some rotation here. Now it has tightened up a little bit. It has organized again a little bit. So still headed towards Sykeston with some broad rotation. That is right now between Bell City and Morley. And approaching Vandasur, Blodgett, Sykeston, north sides of Morehouse, and north and west sides of Bertrand, all in Missouri, are under a tornado warning for this storm that's headed out of the Ozarks, headed onto the Missouri and Mississippi River Delta here. You can actually see the Mississippi River in this map, goes something like that. Not the last part. But this is Illinois over here, and this is Missouri over here. So we're looking in the Missouri side, working a rotation point down through Vandasur, headed generally towards Sykeston. That is holding steady. Still not seeing any debris ball. Still seeing a little bit of hail in the storm. But overall, the hail core has come down. And that would be in this area here too, just northwest of Vandasur and between Morley and Bell City. Now south and east of Perkins. That's the area that we would be watching for any hail or tornadic threat. Still a decent thunderstorm near Melbourne. I think we called you guys out earlier that you'd be at least getting this storm. It's sub-severe at the moment, being notified for penny-sized hail and 40-mile-an-hour winds. That is going through Melbourne in Arkansas right now. That one has a chance to get stronger as it comes towards the Jonesboro area. Any one of these storms that are along this line here could go severe later this evening and overnight. So just have a way to get your weather warnings. I want to take us through this tornado warning and then we'll kind of regroup. It looks like that's going to be it. It's now dropped from a tornado warning to a special weather statement. So no longer, it is rotating a little bit, but it's so broad and it's stayed like that for a long time that there's not much of a concern for a tornado that is imminent. Still something to watch as it heads down towards Sykeston and Bertrand. If you're not in your tornado safe space, I'd still be on a lower level, still be ready to take action in case it spins back up. But it's down to 50-mile-an-hour winds and half-inch hail. So that is still moving southeast at 45. And still an area to watch here as it heads towards Sykeston, but no longer tornado warned. Watch it though as it gets through Sykeston, Bertrand, and Vandasur and Morley. You can see it's really not trending either way. It's just there. So it's not been tornadic for at least a while. And it's a pretty broad area rotation. So down to just a special weather statement. The storm here also near Carbondale has also gone below severe limits. Still wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit of small hail up in here. And then a lot less severe coming towards the Louisville area. A lot of outflow dominant storms. A little bit of severe weather still possible here south of Bloomington near Bedford, and moving points east towards Seymour, Columbus. But good downtrending. We've seen a lot of downtrending in these storms. once again, we've been following this QLCS as it's developed around St. Louis, produced quite a bit of QLCS tornadoes in western Illinois and Jefferson County in Missouri. And then we've seen quite a bit of damaging winds, possibly up to hurricane force, and some hail in here as it's come across now southern Illinois and now in through southern Indiana, approaching areas here along the Ohio River and Louisville. We've seen that severe threat decrease as it's headed towards Louisville. We've also seen a few tornado warnings here in southeast Missouri, in the Ozarks, and in the Mississippi River Delta here in southeast Missouri. We've watched for back building and have seen some storms back build, but we have not seen any severe warnings back into Arkansas for a while. The severe thunderstorm watch still continues from areas here south of Indianapolis, basically along the Ohio River, and then along the Arkansas River, through southeast Missouri, and then through the areas just north and west of Memphis, and also just north and west of Nashville and Clarksville. That area is the most expected overnight that could see a few scattered to isolated severe thunderstorms. I would say especially south of I-64, so that's kind of Louisville south, Louisville to Little Rock, to Memphis. That would be the area that I think still has the best potential or the highest potential to see any severe weather. Talked about Ohio. This is going to continue to downtrend as it gets into the areas here in southwest Ohio. By the time it's in any of the areas that was affected by the tornadoes yesterday, it's just going to be general rain, thunderstorms, maybe a little bit of thunder and lightning, and some gusty winds. We also saw no development in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, so Dallas-Fort Worth got spared from any of the big hailstorms. And looks like now that the sun is gone, the storms in the hill country that produced over 2-inch hail have really decreased. And then one little stronger storm north of Laredo has come across from the northern Mexico and is producing some gusty winds, maybe some small hail out in the deserts along the Rio Grande. So overall, a busy stream, and we can actually take our remove that now that storm in Sykeston was dropped. So just a few special weather statements and some strong storms moving through areas around Sykeston, Poplar Bluff. Strong storms around Evansville, Tell City, headed towards Louisville. And then a few severe storms here between Bloomington and Paoli. But that should do it here. I just want to check one. They know what they're doing over at Paducah, but I just want to check this again. Again, not seeing any uptick in any rotation there as that heads towards Sykeston. That is one to watch. Wouldn't be surprised if it gets a severe warning if it picks back up. Also wouldn't be surprised if there's a severe warning or two as this line here moves through southeast Missouri and into Arkansas and Tennessee and Kentucky. There's a few storms that definitely have some potential to have some larger hail, some gusty winds, and maybe an isolated tornado, but I think that threat is decreasing as well. So, busy night, and thank you guys for joining us. Take a look at the channel. Take a look at the quick forecast that was put out earlier this afternoon. That details the weekend and into next week, and a little broad look at maybe the next severe weather threat late next week, as well as a little news current event on the hurricane season forecast. And we will have a more detailed video on that coming up, but just a little nugget there for you guys at the end of that video. And then follow us on social media. The handle on Twitter is the same as our YouTube and So definitely follow us there. We have retweeted some of the tornado pictures that happened earlier. So that's WXCastUSA. And yeah, thanks for joining us. And we will see you next time there's any a larger scale severe weather outbreak. And in between those, we'll have some good weather posts on Twitter, updates for some of the tornado surveys that happened in Ohio, and eventually the ones here will get out surveys for, and then and repost the surveys, and then also just forecasts and weather updates on the YouTube, and yeah, we'll see you guys next time.